in 2025. The first item of business is evidence on the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Bill. And can I welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Jenny Gilruth, and Scottish Government officials Alison Taylor, Interim Director for Learning, Stella Smith, Head of Supporting Learners Policy Unit, Robert Eckhart, Supporting Learners Policy Team Leader, and Nico Mackenzie-Dutton, Head of School Education Branch, Scottish Government Legal Directorate. Welcome to you all, and I understand Cabinet Secretary would like to make an opening statement. So over to you.
Thank you for inviting me to give evidence on Daniel Johnson's Members' Bill and the important issues which it covers. I want to put on record, first of all, my thanks to Mr Johnson and to his staff for the really collegiate approach that he's taken in engaging with the Government over some time on his legislative proposals. Now, as the committee knows, the proposed legislation does not sit in isolation. Rather, it builds on our non-statutory guidance on physical intervention, which published in November of last year. The guidance is part of our Included, Engaged and Involved series that aims to support positive relationships and behaviour in our classrooms. Its non-statutory status mirrors the approach we have taken to guidance delivered as part of our Relationships and Behaviour in Schools National Action Plan, including our guidance on risk assessments and on promoting positive, inclusive and safe school environments that we published back in June. The physical intervention guidance was developed with extensive input from many of the witnesses who have provided evidence to the committee, including representatives from the Children and Young People's Commissioner for Scotland, teachers and other education staff, local government, teaching unions and, of course, parents who have been instrumental in bringing this bill before Parliament. And while considerable work has been undertaken to implement the guidance, it is still less than a year old. Full implementation is still at an early stage and it will take time. Nonetheless, we committed to a one-year review of the guidance and, regardless of the bill's passage, that work will begin shortly. The review will, of course, be informed by the evidence that is provided for of situations where restraint or seclusion has been used in inappropriate ways. However, it will also look at those examples where the diligence of teachers has created learning environments where children with additional support needs can thrive and children are supported without recourse to restraint or seclusion. This bill therefore presents another opportunity to take further steps forward to make clear our expectations on the use of restraint and seclusion. We have worked carefully and collaboratively with partners to support our overall aims of protecting children by minimising the use of restraint and seclusion. And I recognise this is a sensitive issue that requires a measured and a proportionate response. I have met with Beth Morrison and I heard about her distressing account of her son Callum's restraint back in 2010. I've also met with Kate Sanger and I know the committee has heard about the traumatic effect that seclusion had on her daughter Laura. Let me be clear today, no family should have to experience this. I've also met with the teaching trade unions on this issue and I've appreciated their contributions. Convener, I should be clear that the practices of restraint are not used in most of Scotland's schools. It is not a practice that most classroom teachers are trained in. As our physical intervention guidance sets out, and as the committee has heard, the vast majority of our education workforce does not need to be trained in the use of restraint. On those rare occasions where it is deemed necessary, it is important that properly trained staff feel confident to do so, supported by the detailed advice and safeguards that should be followed, as is outlined in our guidance on physical intervention. Having carefully considered the contents of Mr Johnson's bill, as I set out in my letter to committee, the Government will support the general principles of the Restraint and Seclusion in Schools Scotland Bill at Stage 1. I met recently with Daniel Johnson and we have agreed to work collaboratively on the bill to ensure it delivers on its intended purpose. But further work will be required, as the committee has heard, to fully understand the costs that would be involved in implementing this bill. And I've set out a number of areas where amendments may be required, including on definitions and on national reporting. Although the Scottish Government is supportive of the bill, it is of course a Members' Bill and Mr Johnson retains responsibility for its passage through Parliament, and I'm happy to take any questions from members this morning.
Thank you very much for that opening statement, Cabinet Secretary. Can I begin by just asking, you rightly mentioned Beth and the work she's done on behalf of her son Callum and Kate on behalf of her daughter Laura, but these are not new incidences that just happened recently. Why are we at this stage that parents have had to campaign for years with petitions to this Parliament seeking the Government to do something, yet here we are with a Members' Bill, which is welcome that the Government are supporting? Why haven't the Government done more on this before now?
So, as the committee will know, and I've looked at the evidence sessions that committee has heard from, the history of this, as you're right to say, Convener, goes back many years. I think back to 2015, the original petition, and then, of course, the commitment from government at that time, following that, to look at guidance, and then, of course, a commitment to further publish additional guidance, which we published last year. So it has taken too long, and I will absolutely concede that, Convener. Part of the delay here in relation to the most recent round of guidance was, of course, the pandemic. I think that's provided for in some of the evidence the committee heard, but I accept it's taken too long and it shouldn't have had to come about in the way it has. In relation to your secondary point, which I think is the fact this is a members' bill, you will be aware that we published this guidance last year. We haven't yet reviewed that guidance, and to my mind, there's a data gap there in terms of the implementation of the guidance and how it works. Committee often ask the government to do things that we don't have the legislative, I suppose, power over because of the 1980 Acts and because of the responsibility for local authorities. A good example of this actually is something we debated recently on mobile phone guidance. So we can publish non-statutory guidance, but that statutory power at the current time rests with local authorities. And I think from my understanding of it, looking at some of the evidence the committee has taken, I think we should be mindful of that. And, you know, given that we haven't yet reviewed the guidance, we would want to carry out that review. I said that in my opening statement. We still need to gather that data. We need to understand to what extent this new guidance is improving practice. You've heard, I think, from ADES and others that they are of the view it is, but we need to look at the granular evidence in that regard. And our view would have been originally that we'd have completed the review before considering whether or not statutory guidance was deemed necessary. But obviously the timelines of where we are mean that's not been the case. So we're supportive of the bill at stage one, but we do have a number of concerns that I've written to committee on which we would like to see Mr Johnson address, and I'm committed to working with him to that end.
Okay. Do you believe there's been under-reporting on the use of restraint and seclusion in Scottish schools?
I suspect there probably is. I think...
and why? And if you've suspected that, what have you done about it?
So I think part of the issue, and this isn't just an issue in relation to restraint, I think part of the issue is a reticence perhaps in relation to teachers, and they may be concerned, they may be fearful. And we hear this quite often in relation to behaviour in schools. We've debated some of these issues actually. I've been really clear in my time as Cabinet Secretary to call for better reporting, more consistent reporting. I think that's helped to shift the dial a bit. But fundamentally, I think teachers are often scared, and I think committee should be mindful of that. You heard evidence, I think, from the NESUWT to that end. I spoke to Mike Corbett on this last week, and the EIS. So I think committee needs to be mindful of that and providing reassurance to the teaching profession, because they may be fearful about how reporting comes across. And there's also a fear that I think committee has heard evidence from as well, from local government, in that if we have greater reporting, are we going to see, for example, the creation of league tables? What will that do in terms of individual schools? So I think these issues can be dealt with more sensitively in the round. For example, I think there was an ask from the NESUWT that we don't publish school-based data, and that would certainly be a position I would support. So I think we need to be careful about how that is done. But I do think, convener, there's a reticence in the profession, in my experience, that there is perhaps a fear around about reporting and what that says about them. We need better reporting. We need it across the board. This isn't just about restraint, to my mind. Actually, another issue I would highlight in this space is additional support needs. We need much better reporting and recording. And I do think my view about this bill is it actually speaks to the relationship between local government and responsibilities for education and national government. And I think there's an opportunity here for us to learn from this experience and provide for better accountability and transparency, which has been an issue that the committee has been pursuing, I know, in evidence sessions.
I mean, you spoke there about, just in a minute if I can, you spoke there about the fear of teachers and local authorities. What about the fear of parents whose child comes home unwilling to speak about what happened at their school and they can't get this information? Exactly. I've made the example throughout this that if one of my boys trips in the playground and grazes their knee, we immediately get a phone call. It's one of the few areas that Mr Adam and I have agreed on in this committee because he's got similar experiences with his grandchildren. Why is that happening with children in mainstream education, but with some of us, our most vulnerable children who can't express their own opinions in a normal way? It's not being reported, and I'm sure it wasn't deliberate, but when you spoke about the fears there, it was all about of the teachers and local authorities. I've got real concerns about the fear of parents not knowing what is happening to their children while they're at school right now in 2025 here in Scotland. So
I completely concur with your views on this, convener. I don't have children myself, but I do have 3 nephews and a niece, and my sisters regularly have updates and information is shared about incidents that may have happened at nursery on a routine basis. So I think you're right to flag that. challenge, and that's of course the other side of the coin in terms of parents and information sharing. We need to see much better information sharing from my mind. To my mind, the national guidance which we published last year talks about the requirement to report by the end of the school day, and of course I think Mr Johnson's bill makes a provision for within 24 hours, which we support. So I think there's an opportunity here for better information sharing with parents and carers as and when incidents do occur. Of course that should be shared with parents and carers. We would expect that to happen as a matter of course. Things are going wrong when that does not happen, and I've been very clear about Beth Morrison's experience and of course Kate Strang's as well, that these events should not be happening in our schools as a matter of course. So I think the national guidance is an opportunity to improve practice, but I would also mention the fact that we haven't yet reviewed that guidance, so we need to have that certainty and assurance, I think, in terms of where we are in the legislative landscape. But I know Robert had indicated he might want to come in.
Just on the point about under-reporting, and one of the objectives of the national guidance published last year was to provide a consistent set of definitions on restraint and seclusion to help the sector understand and recognise that, and for that to feed into recording, a better recording.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before we get on to more areas around the bill, can I just use this opportunity to ask you about a school in my region, Drummond School, which I think you've now agreed to visit. Campaigners for this bill and parents have been in touch with me about concerns about Drummond School and some of the restraint, seclusion, pupils left in the corridor for quite a lot of time, pupils restrained for 30 minutes because of issues that I think could have been handled far better. What are your current thoughts on the situation at Drummond School in Inverness, and is the fact that you're going up there to visit a sign that you are concerned about some of the reports that are coming out of there?
So I have received quite a lot of correspondence on the school in question that the member mentions, and in correspondence I think with MSPs originally, we look at the kind of legislative landscape here. The responsibilities rest with the Highland Council, not with government. But given the quantity of correspondence, I was keen to meet with parents and carers and listen to them directly. So I don't want to prejudge that meeting before it's taken place, and it's very difficult for me to comment on individual circumstances. But I think given the strength of feeling from parents and carers, my view was as Cabinet Secretary, I should meet with them and I should listen to them. So I'll allow that meeting to take place, and I'm more than happy to meet with the member on this and with other MSPs, given his own interest in this space.
Just finally on this, Rachel Smart from the Inverness Courier has done a lot of work on this just in the last few weeks, and has examples of children at that school who have been restrained, secluded, Lily, Cole, Drew and Dexter, and some of that reporting, which I know doesn't get to the full extent of what was going on there, is quite harrowing. So if there are issues with your meeting that do directly link to this proposed bill, would you be able to update us, and any further update from your meeting at Drummond School would be appreciated as well?
Happy to do so, Convener.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you. Good morning, Cabinet Secretary.
Good morning.
I'd be interested to hear what the government's role is in protecting children and young people from inappropriate use of restraint and seclusion. Probably follows on from the convener. And do you think the bill will assist the government in this area?
So I thank the member for her question. I think this speaks to the point that the convener was making at the start of the evidence session in relation to the role of local government and national government here. So there are some powers that ministers have in this space in relation to the improvement of Scotland's schools. Nika will correct me on the bill in question, but there is legislation in relation to standards in Scotland's schools. There's a 1980 Act, but the majority of statutory responsibility for the delivery of education is local government. So they have to have policies in place. However, I think, as we have heard in recent months, years, there has been, I feel, more of a push from Parliament for more clear direction from national government on a number of different issues, not least on this issue. So we, of course, have responded to the petition, we've responded to calls from parents and carers. We've now published the national guidance, which published last November. So there are a range of actions that we can take in this space, but the primary responsibility for the delivery of education does rest with local government. We can provide advisory guidance, we've done that, and of course we're debating today whether or not, or discussing rather, the Parliament will agree to put this on a statutory footing, which I think, to my mind, actually in the future, if committee is interested in this, might alter the relationship between national government and local government by way in which we run our education services. Now that's a much bigger question than this bill itself. But I do think committee might want to be mindful of that, given the other issues we've discussed in recent years. And I think there's always challenges between where responsibilities sit in relation to education.
Okay, thank you.
Cabinet Secretary, good morning to your officials as well. I wanted to go back a step in relation to the non-statutory guidance, which you mentioned in your opening statement.
Yeah.
And I take on board what you've said in terms of not reviewing that, but it was quite clear, and I think the concerns NASUWT expressed around that document when it was published. So I just wondered what learning the government have taken from those concerns to now make sure that this bill doesn't repeat them, especially around what then ASUWT said in relation to insufficient clarity. They specifically said that it will leave children and staff in schools at risk. And specifically, I think, around the responsibility of what clarification that guidance must have, which I'll come on to. But I just wondered, I know the government's not reviewed it, but what lessons have you learned from concerns around that guidance already?
So we haven't yet reviewed it, so I think it would be preemptive of me to say we've learnt lessons from it. The guidance hasn't even been in place for a year, so the review will allow us to do that. I think it's important we allow that review to conduct regardless of the passage of this legislation. In terms of the concerns raised by the NASUWT, I'm live to those concerns, but I think the committee also heard from Mike Corbett, and I discussed this with him only last week, that his preference would be that we look again at the guidance and at an approach that we've adopted in relation to, for example, the National Behaviour Action Plan, where the NASUWT have played a key role. And I should also say that the NASUWT were involved in the publication of the guidance. So I know they were critical of it, but they were also involved in the formation of the guidance. So the view of the NASUWT, as I understand it, would be that we look again at the non-statutory guidance and we make improvements to that, working with the professional associations, with parents and carers and others, as opposed to putting this on a statutory footing. But again, that's Mike Corbett, I'm sure, will correct me if I'm wrong in that interpretation. We did discuss it last week. He is critical of the current guidance, but his view that was expressed to me certainly was that the preference of the NASUWT was that the guidance as is could be improved, as opposed to moving it onto a statutory footing, because he has concerns, going back to the points I was making to the convener, around about teachers and around about concerns about fears in the profession about what this might say if it was put on a statutory footing.
Thank you for that. And I think one of the key aspects of that concern has been around definitions.
Yes.
And what actually, from the members' bill to the government's definition around this. So I wondered, how are the government going to amend the bill around specifically definitions of restraint and seclusion, and to encompass practices that are not of obvious concern as well?
Yeah, so the issue on definitions I've written to committee about, the definitions that are used within Mr Johnson's bill are different to those which we propose in the guidance. We think the current definitions proposed in the bill are too broad, so we would want to see that finessed somewhat. There are challenges in terms of the current time. So I think, for example, the committee has heard anecdotal evidence about taking a child's hand whilst crossing the road, whether or not that would be restraint. So I think we need to be much clearer about definitions of restraint, and we have suggested that to Mr Johnson in private session, and we will work with him to that end. Of course, it wouldn't be for the government to amend the bill, it's for Mr Johnson to bring forward those amendments. And again, in relation to seclusion, I think the committee has heard evidence on practices which we would not understand to be seclusion. So seclusion is about, to my mind, and I will be corrected by officials on this, a deprivation of liberty, whereby a child would not be able to leave a room, for example. That's quite different to approaches to behaviour and relationships in mainstream settings, whereby a child might be asked to work elsewhere, for example, because there are challenges in the classroom. But that child may still be able to go to the toilet. Their liberty has not been deprived to them. So I think we need to be a bit more careful and clearer in terms of our definitions on seclusion. So we've made those suggestions to Mr Johnson and in my correspondence to committee that we think at the current time they're too broad. Robert, do you want to say anything further on that?
Just in terms of yes, I mean those are areas that we've identified in terms of our assessment of Mr Johnson's bill and proposals and the provisions. And yes, on seclusion, as our guidance outlines, isolating a child away from others and where they are prevented from leaving and they're kept in that space against their will would meet the sort of higher category of seclusion, and whether or not it's a deprivation of liberty in every circumstance is obviously a matter that depend on the circumstances, but that's the approach we've taken in the non-statutory guidance. So just to clarify. Thanks.
Okay. I think George Adam wanted to come in on my question. Did you?
Good morning, Cabinet Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The definitions, it's one of the things I'm trying to get my head around here as well, because as you quite rightly say, the teaching trade unions have issues about the definitions, putting it mildly, and because they've got to deal with it day in, day out, so it's going to be very difficult for them as well. But there's legal concerns as well as what the actual definition is. Now, my concern is, you know, what is the difference between a teacher trying to stop a child from doing something they shouldn't be doing, like jumping in front of a car and grabbing them? You know, because the definitions are so kind of tight that that could be concerned as stopping the child. I know it's an extreme version, but it could be seen as some form of restraint. You know, where do we draw the line? Because I've got some concerns that it seems pretty vague at the moment, and it kind of opens up to all kinds of interpretation. And the key worry is that where does this end up?
Yeah, so I've been reflecting on some of the evidence the committee's taken on this. I said in my opening statement, most teachers in Scotland are not trained in restraint practices, and I think we need to be very careful about that. And in most mainstream settings, it would not be a practice that is ordinarily used. But the committee heard from, I think, Lynn Binney from ADES, that their evidence suggested it was mostly used in ELC and primary settings and then in specialist settings. And to my mind, we don't yet have a national picture. So I think Mr Briggs in evidence sessions have been quoting statistics from the Care Inspectorate, but that's only in those settings where the Care Inspectorate operates. We don't have at the current time the national picture in relation to education services because we don't gather that data, which is why the review is actually extremely important in terms of providing us with a clearer understanding of what's going on in which settings, which staff are using these practices, who are not using these practices. And the other point I would say is, and this is something that the teaching unions were very keen to point to me, a lot of teachers do not want to be trained in these practices. Certainly when I undertook my teacher training many years ago now, restraint is not something that most people in education will engage in. But if you work in a specialist education facility, an ASN unit, for example, or if you work in some ELC settings, it might be that you have a member of staff that's trained in those types of approaches. So it is quite a unique approach in Scotland that exists in our education system. It's not unique to Scotland, but it is quite unique. And I think we need to be mindful that we don't set hairs running in terms of where we are in restraint, because it's not something that's used commonly in mainstream settings, in my experience. But we don't yet have the evidence base. So I think to your point, Mr Adams, about individual incidents, we need that evidence base to inform and help support, I think, the next steps.
What I've taken, Secretary, from some of the evidence, and my concern is as well is the fact that we might have teachers second-guessing in the classroom about what they're going to do, how they're going to deal with certain situations in the classroom. And to me, I don't like that idea of teachers actually not knowing how to proceed with something because of this being so vague. So, you know, it's a challenging enough environment for them as it is. You know, would this not cause more problems, or am I being overly dramatic?
Well, look, I mean, the government has said we will support the bill at stage 1, but there are issues here, as the committee has heard, in terms of trade unions' views on this, and we need to work with Mr Johnson to ameliorate some of those challenges. And I think the point that has been made in relation to definitions is part of the issue here. So we will continue to undertake that work, but there are divergent views on these issues, and I think I'm mindful of that, particularly from the teaching union's perspective.
Okay, thank you, Convener.
Miles Briggs.
Thank you. And I take on board what the Cabinet Secretary has said, because I think for most of us, parents and carers who've come to raise cases, it's been children with additional support needs, in many cases non-verbal children. I think that's what really has been a major concern, at not being able to actually follow up what has gone on during that school day, and then not being able to find out from professionals. And so I wondered, in terms of the government wanting to see those changes, where the government is minded in a school context, and then the Cabinet Secretary raises the Care Commission findings. I thought it was interesting that we have seen a reduction, and I'm not quite sure what's behind that, and I don't know if the Cabinet Secretary knows either, but I think that's interesting that we have seen that, and what change has driven that reduction as well. So there's a kind of a two-part question there in terms of different school contexts.
So I think the committee has heard evidence on this in relation to the role of the Care Inspectorate here and potentially the role of HMI in terms of reporting in the future. And there are divergent views on this as well. And one of the points that the committee also heard from, I think, the GTCS from Pauline Stephen was that if we introduce this on a statutory footing, we need to be mindful that our approaches to child protection, for example, are not statutory at the current time. So they are multi-agency, and I just think the landscape just now does not necessarily lend itself to a neat fix, which is why I suspect, and you know, there's a big history behind this legislation in terms of parents pushing for this to happen. But it's been challenging, I think it's been fair to say, for the government over a number of years to resolve these issues. In terms of the Care Inspectorate and reducing those incidents, my understanding is that they've moved away from some of these practices over a number of years. Part of that has been informed by the promise, which I put on the record I am recused from. So that movement and that change in behaviour and approaches and practices, I think the committee has heard, has happened quite organically over time since kind of a focus on moving away from those types of practices. And I think the committee has taken evidence on this from witnesses who have concurred with that opinion. But again, remember the Care Inspectorate evidence is only one side of the coin here. Sure. We do not have the granular detail from Education Services, and I think we need that to inform the review.
And you'd expect that very quickly for the bill's passage?
Well, we're reviewing the current guidance regardless of the bill's passage, and I think it's important that I say that because I'm also mindful of where we are in the parliamentary year at the current time.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Convener.
We'll go now to Willie Rennie.
You've stated that you're in support and principle of the bill. Mm-hmm. You've got an awful lot of caveats, haven't you? Just tell us where you think at stage 3 that you would vote. Are you committing to vote all the way through this bill? Or is it just in principle, and if the detail doesn't work out, you won't support it later? I know I'm asking you to project forward, but there's an awful lot of caveats in what you're saying, and it sounds quite critical of the bill.
Well, I think, to be fair, Mr Rennie, I mean, a woman with caveats, I think, to be fair, this is not a government bill. And I'm being very candid with committee in saying that we published guidance last November. We're not even a year on since the guidance published. We need to review that guidance. And it would be remiss of me not to say we need that data to inform good law. I think that's important. So I am supportive of it at stage 1 because I understand the aspiration. I've had a lot of engagement with Mr Johnson on this. And I have set out in correspondence to committee our kind of position on a number of different areas. So in relation to the definitions, which we have discussed, but also in relation to the duty to record, there is an issue at the current time in the bill, which I think can be pretty easily resolved, for example, which is that there's no requirement for education authorities, so our councils or independent or grant-aided schools, to report the use of restraint and seclusion at a national level in terms of the 2024 guidance. But I think Mr Johnson's bill as well has grant-aided schools and independent schools reporting to the individual local authority. Is that correct? That they're situated in. So that for us creates challenges. So we think these things can be resolved, but I'm being honest with the committee, and I've set that out in correspondence, that these are the issues we need to resolve with Mr Johnson. He's been very open to doing that. So I don't think they're insurmountable, to Mr Rennie's point.
And you said that it's for Mr Johnson to come forward with amendments, but you could do amendments.
Of course we can, and we may yet do that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
If I could just interject here. I hadn't thought of it earlier, but just on Mr Rennie's line of questioning, having done a member's bill myself, there is a period where the government, if they are supportive, can take on the bill themselves. So given everything you said about being supportive, what was your consideration on taking on this bill as a government bill during, I think it's a 6-week period the government get to consider it?
So I think, and officials can correct me if I'm wrong on this, the bill was introduced, was it March of last year?
Introduced in March.
And at that point, we just, so in November, launched the guidance. So our preference was that we reviewed the guidance. So our view was that the timescales did not meet the government's requirement to take on the bill because we hadn't yet carried out the review, we hadn't started the review. We needed that granular detail to inform any legislative change. So to my mind, it would have been jumping the gun somewhat for us to adopt a bill not 4 months after the publication of our own guidance.
But you know how long a bill takes to go through as a private, as a non-government bill, which is why the government have an opportunity. And it just sounded when you were speaking to Mr Rennie there, actually, if you agree with lots of things, but you might not do it in the same way, what discussion did you have? Was it simple in that timescale, and did it go to the Cabinet to consider taking this on?
On that second point, I can't recall, Convener, I'm happy to write to committee on that, but I have engaged with Mr Johnson on this over the course of a number of years, actually. So we've been in engagement with Mr Johnson on this throughout my time as Cabinet Secretary, actually. So we've been discussing it. He's been aware of the need for us to publish guidance. He's fed into some of that process. His team have been really helpful in sharing their thoughts behind this. So we've been engaged throughout the period in question. And you're right, Convener, that the government could have taken a decision earlier, perhaps, to take on the bill. We didn't do that because of the timescales associated with the publication of the guidance. So we are content to support Mr Johnson's bill at stage 1, but we are still going to carry out our own review in relation to how this guidance is operating in practice, and we hope that that will help to inform the passage.
So what's changed? Because you still haven't carried out a review. We're still learning from the experience. So why are you now supporting the bill when you previously opposed it?
I'm not. So I don't necessarily agree with Mr Rennie's characterisation of opposing it. I think
You didn't support it.
Well, but let's go back to the history of this. So the history was that the previous Cabinet Secretary was asked to provide guidance, and that was agreed to, or that was asked for by lots of different stakeholders before my time. I think 2019 was it? So the original agreement was guidance. We've moved on from that to us putting it onto a statutory footing. So I'm not sure I agree with...
I'm asking about what's changed between when the bill was published and you said we're more minded to stick with the guidance approach rather than statutory approach, because you still hadn't carried out a review, but you still haven't carried out a review, but you're now supportive of the bill in principle. So what's changed between then and now?
Between the bill's introduction and
when
now?
you said, when the bill was published, that you were minded to stick with the guidance route rather than the statutory route as set out in the bill, and now, when nothing seems to have changed, but you're supporting the bill. So what's changed?
I'm not sure I follow the line of questioning, but we published the guidance in November of last year. We need to review that guidance. That was happening regardless of the passage of this bill. In terms of the general principles of the bill, I think we've always been supportive of the kind of approach that Mr Johnson has taken. I don't really have an issue with his approach, and I've set out a number of areas that we would like to see amended. That's for Mr Johnson to amend, but of course government can assist with that, and I've been very clear on that. So I'm not necessarily sure I accept that things have changed in that regard. What has changed is the requirement that this is now put on a statutory footing. So we've had to reflect on that, and I don't have an issue with that at general kind of principles level. We will need to look at stage 2, what the amendments are coming forward and where our stakeholders go to in terms of their asks and aspirations. And there are divergent views on this, as the committee has heard. There are lots of different stakeholders involved here. I think if I'm being candid, that's been part of the issue the government has faced over a number of years, bringing stakeholders together in the publication of this guidance. So I still think it's important we review this guidance. We have the data, and that informs the legislative process.
Okay. I don't think that's particularly clear, but anyway. So
we'll have to agree to disagree with my caveats, Mr Rennie.
So the reporting mechanisms. So you've indicated that many of the instances so far are in specialist settings or ELC settings.
Yeah.
But there are different reporting mechanisms with the care inspector in one regard and others elsewhere. Are you concerned about the different routes for reporting? Is that something that's in your mind? Tell us a bit more about that.
Yes, I have written to committee on this. So Mr Johnson's approach is quite focused on education settings. I completely understand why he's done that, which is not to take away from the other approaches that are used in other settings. We think there's a way in which they can complement each other, and that's been the approach that we suggest should work. But there are issues at the current time in terms of the policy memorandum and why the bill obviously needs independent and these grant aided schools to report restraint to the Education Authority in which they are situated. We think that that is something that needs to be looked at. There are issues there in relation to the role of the inspectorate. So there have been an ask that the inspectorate is involved in national reporting. Well, we go to the financial memorandum in that regard. Is this going to drive more costs? So these issues need to be flushed out, to my mind, at part of stage 2 deliberations. I don't think they're insurmountable, though.
So do you support Pauline Stephen from the GTCS when she's indicated that, although she's supportive of this bill, this should lead perhaps to putting the rest of safeguarding on a statutory footing as well? Do you support that?
So, yeah, I read Pauline's evidence, and she made the point around about child protection services, which I think I mentioned previously, because this would create this guidance being in a statutory footing, and then behind it a child protection service and systems that actually are not provided for in the same way. I think she raises a very important point. If we were to do that, as Pauline has suggested, or I think she said if she ran the world, that's how she would do it, the bill would become something that it is not at the current time. It would be a far more extensive piece of legislation. And when we talk about legislative timescales, we're all aware how close we are now to dissolution, I suspect that might become a much more unwieldy piece of legislation, which is not to say it's not important, because I think in principle I would agree with her that there is an opportunity to look across the piece. But this bill is quite focused at the current time. So I'm sure these are points that you will want to put to Mr Johnson around about his views on it. My view is it's something we should look at. I'm not necessarily convinced that the focus of this bill at the current time lends itself to it. But if Parliament decides that's where we want to go, then of course that's in the gift of Parliament.
So just one final, following up on what George Adam and Miles Briggs were indicating about the definitions. Are you concerned that, and I'm speaking as somebody who's supported the bill, by the way, so I'm asking the devil's advocate questions. Are you concerned that if we are not clear, there might be a caution at critical moments among staff when actually an intervention would be required, but because it's on a statutory footing, they step back? Are you concerned that that might occur if we're not clear?
Yes, I think there is a risk of that. And I think committee and Parliament need to be mindful of that in terms of next steps and how we can guard against that. Although I would counter that there probably already is a risk of that at the current time, a reticence from staff. So, and this speaks to the issues that the convener raised earlier on about reticence in terms of reporting. So I think that already exists to some extent within the teaching population, the education workforce. So we can consider that if the bill gets to stage 2, which I suspect it will, to look at how we might be able to ameliorate that working with local government. But it's not without challenge. And that's a point that the trade unions have raised.
So, just finally, so are you saying that you will bring forward amendments rather than leaving it to Mr Johnson to make the bill effective and have the confidence of the government? Are you going to do that?
I have said to Mr Johnson we will work with him on his members' bill.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be any more definitive than that today, Mr Rennie, because of course these would be discussions we would have at stage 2, but I've said we will work with him and we've had a very positive working relationship thus far, so I hope that provides the member with some reassurance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning to the Cabinet Secretary and officials. I'm going to touch on an area that we have already discussed a little bit, and that is around the notification for parents.
Yes.
So, just in the interest of clarity, can the Cabinet Secretary just set out the government's position on the bill's approach to schools being required to inform parents and carers?
So I think I mentioned this in response to a previous MSP. We're supportive of that. The current guidance, I think, requires that parents are notified before the end of the school day. Mr Johnson's bill says 24 hours. We're supportive of the approach that's set out. We think also that some of this could be dealt with in the guidance that will sit alongside the bill. So
Okay.
there may be an opportunity in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Does the government think there's any timescales that should be different if there are welfare concerns over informing parents or carers?
Can Ms Duncan-Glancy give me an example of what that might look like?
Presumably, if informing a parent or carer, say for example, they would, I don't know, blame the child or overreact, or do they have any concerns about that?
So this concern was put to committee by Mike Corbett and the NASUWT, and I heard it again last week from him, that if there is better reporting, as the convener called for, and I support that might put children in danger to some extent. I think these are issues that we would need to consider in the round, because I was quite taken by that point from Mike Corbett, and I think we would need to be mindful of that suggestion, and I'm sure there are ways we could work with local government to try and give more reassurance in that, but we shouldn't not be informing parents about things that have happened for fear of other things happening. So there's just maybe something in the mix there around about how we work with schools and parents around about individual circumstances where there might be a concern at home in relation to that type of behaviour.
Thank you. No, that's helpful. We've heard a lot from parents about circumstances that have happened when they've not been informed. And they've either heard, as you've heard already in committee this morning, from the young person themselves or third party, or in another way the information's come to light. Who's accountable for when that happens?
If individual schools are not being informed, the local authority. But of course, the head teacher has a responsibility here as well. But in terms of statutory responsibility, it's the local authority. So really they should have practices in place. I think that the committee's taken evidence on this from ADES and from others. So local authorities should have policies in place. Individual schools should be working with parents and carers. And I know that committee has taken evidence on that sometimes not happening. In my experience, it does happen. When it doesn't happen and things have gone wrong, that is why we're here today, talking about how we can ensure this does not happen in the future.
And what is the expectation of government on schools and local authorities in that space if they don't do it? What are the consequences of that?
If they don't adhere to it, well, in terms of the expectations of government, the national guidance sets out our expectation it will be done by the end of the school day. So that would run contrary to the national guidance. But the national guidance is guidance and it's not statutory, which is why we're here discussing a statutory piece of legislation.
Thank you. And on data and data collection, I think I've heard this morning that the government is quite keen to gather data, recognises there are some gaps,
yes.
And I think that's important, and hopefully the bill is an opportunity to address some of that. Where this happens, and I'm just getting this accurate if you don't mind, where restraint is used in care settings, those incidents are reported externally and can trigger support and challenge. So I suppose it speaks to the accountability piece I've just spoke about. In education, that level of sort of live external scrutiny doesn't necessarily exist. Does the government believe schools should move more closely to the care model, where incidents are not just logged locally, but are actively monitored or challenged?
Well, I think that question speaks to a point that Mr Rennie was pursuing in relation to the role of us opening this up. So Mr Johnson's bill is quite focused on education settings. I know exactly why that is the case, because we have different approaches in care settings, as the member has alluded to, and in ELC settings where the care inspector has a role. So I think we need to be mindful that if that were our approach we were to take, this would completely alter the nature of the bill. It would elongate, I think it's fair to say, the passage of the bill as well, because it would be asking much bigger questions, which is not to say these are not important. We don't have the data at a national level at the current time on these incidents. We need that data. I agree with the member's intention in that regard. There's been a suggestion, of course, that the inspectorate would have a role in gathering that data, and I'm sure the committee at stage 2 will want to hear from the inspectorate around their views on how that would operate and how local government in particular would cooperate. It depends upon local reporting, local recording practices. We would need to see much greater consistency across the piece. So the approach that's taken in the care inspectorate is quite different to that in education at the current time, because there is no statutory requirement to record these incidents. And I think the member is making an interesting point. If we were to follow that approach, though, it would change the type of bill we have before us today. So I do understand why Mr Johnson has focused this on education settings.
I suppose the question is the data gathering is crucial, and I think that's a real key reason and purpose for the bill.
Yeah.
In other settings, the care setting, so in this situation, the school, would also get support in an incident. So either for parents, so that they're not left alone trying to challenge or discuss what's happened, or for the school, so that they too don't kind of feel a bit alone in it. So I guess it's, does the Cabinet Secretary think there's any role for any supportive external influence for parents or for schools?
So again, I suppose I know it's difficult to comment on individual incidents, but are we saying then that individual incidents of restraint would always trigger support? I'm not necessarily sure they would.
No.
And I think that that level of support may vary and it would look different. And again, we impart a lot of trust in Scottish education to those on the front line. And we say they are the decision makers, they have the professional skills and knowledge to decide upon the best support and what to put in place. And I think this was a line of questioning that Ms Duncan Glancy pursued with some of the witnesses that the committee's heard from in terms of that post-incident support, what that would look like. I'm happy to consider that as part of our discussions at stage 2 and what that might look like. It would vary according to the individual incidents, according to the individuals in those schools. So it's something we could consider at stage 2, yes.
Thank you. And then finally, on the reporting, parents have been clear that they want, they want data gathered, but they're not interested in creating league tables. That's not what they want. They want something specific for their circumstances, so that they know when things happen to their young person and that they can be confident the system supports that. Does the government think that? Does the government agree that incident data should be analysed in a way that is recording it nationally, but is also supportive of the situation, as opposed to creating league tables?
Yes, but I think it will be challenging to do that. And the committee will know that local government will have a strong view on this in terms of the creation of league tables. And we often see this in education, whether it be on behaviour, whether it be on exclusion rates. There is a real reticence from local government partners to have an approach that would see them measured against each other. And I also think that approach, which I don't support, would not be helpful, because you might have a local authority where reporting has increased, and that's a good thing, but that local authority might feel as though they are under the spotlight because the reporting has increased. We're seeing that with some local authorities on behaviour at the current time. I think it's quite interesting. So I hear the point the member is making. I think we need to deal with these issues very carefully, and it should not take away from the fact that individually parents and carers should know as and when incidents of restraint happen, and that should be done as a matter of course. Our national guidance sets that out. That's certainly our expectation, but I think the bill will put it beyond doubt because it will put it into statutory footing.
And does Cabinet Secretary think there's a way to gather that data that doesn't create the league table situation?
Well, I think this has been part of the challenge for the government over a number of years, and this was a point I think pursued by one of the trade unions about their concern around about individual school-based data. So I think that would need to be undertaken very sensitively. I don't think it's insurmountable, and of course it's part of the bill. So we are supportive of the bill. I think it's something that we will continue to engage with Mr Johnson on at stage 2, because we need to give local government reassurance that they are not going to be measured against each other, and that actually national data will help to inform better practice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why do we need to give local government that reassurance? Are we not being a bit timid here? Are we not saying as soon as local government throw up their hands and say, oh no, we're worried about being compared against each other, they should be compared against each other? There might be very valid reasons for restraint and seclusion being used, but I'd like to know that. I'd like to know the schools in Murray, the schools in Highlands, schools across Scotland, where this is being used. And then they can say, for very good reasons, why it's being used, or they can actually say, actually, these figures show that we have issues here that we're going to deal with.
Kavina, I'm sympathetic to the points that you make. I observe the current statutory responsibilities rest at local authority level, and I have some powers at a national level. They are limited. So when we talk about these issues, I would like to see far more data in Scottish education in that regard. So I'm sympathetic to the points you make, but local government will not be. So we need to work within the current parameters. I do, though, think this bill, though it's very focused on restraint, speaks to a wider issue in relation to how we deliver education. I've made these points previously. Committee will be aware of the appointment of John Wilson, which local government are not particularly fond of, and I'm sure you'll have seen some of the feedback in that regard. But, I think post-pandemic we need to be thinking about how we fund our schools, how are they governed, how do we support them, what are the accountability mechanisms at national level, and what are those at local level. So I hope Mr Wilson's appointment reassures the convener on that point. And actually, I would say to committee members, I've said this in the chamber previously, please sit down and speak to Mr Wilson about the issues you've encountered as members in terms of the delivery of education. I think, convener, you raised some important points.
I just wonder if we might not be 10 years on from campaigners like Beth and Kate having to raise this issue if these figures were more in the public domain.
You're right.
Secondly, just before I go to Mr Greer, to go back to Ms Duncan-Glancy's point about reporting, some of the written evidence we received, and indeed oral evidence, was perhaps 24 hours is too tight to produce a full report, and it should be the next school day. Now, I have a concern if it happens on a Friday, a family don't know over the weekend why their child is very upset, or it could potentially happen at the end of June on the last day of term and they don't get anything until that, in my view, would be completely inappropriate. Do you agree with that, despite it coming from some of the unions that they think it should be the next school day? There would be significant problems with that over a holiday or weekend period.
No, I think I would agree with your view, convener, that it should be prioritised, and the national guidance sets out that approach. So we're not going to move away, I don't think, from that view.
Okay, thank you. Ross Greer.
Thanks, Convener. Good morning, Cabinet Secretary. You flagged up earlier on some of the issues around reporting in independent schools, and I just wanted to clarify the government's position on that, because there's three issues here that overlap. We obviously don't want, if we are going to go forward with this, we don't want a two-tier system where we don't hold independent schools to the same standard as state schools, but independent schools generally do not have a direct relationship with the local authority that they're situated in. And there's also the issue of the difference between the local authority they're situated in and the local authority that a child that may have placed a child in their care, particularly if it's an independent special school. And even if it's not a special school, if you take the example of Glasgow and Edinburgh, many of the pupils that attend private schools in Glasgow and Edinburgh will come from the surrounding local authorities. So there's a couple of overlapping issues there. The government flagged up in your initial written submission, the memorandum on the bill, flagged up a couple of these issues as being worthy of consideration and scrutiny, but I'm not entirely clear on what the government's position is on this. Could you just clarify, is your position that the bill would have to be amended to resolve some of these issues, particularly around the potential for dual reporting?
Yes. So the point in relation to children attending school from out with their area, we're of the view that the report should be made to the local authority. So, for example, a placing request that's come from Highland Council where a young person is maybe placed in Murray, that the report should go to where the placing request is at. I'm just checking with officials, yeah. So I think there's a bit of an issue there in terms of independent sector. I mean, I know SCIS are broadly supportive of the bill. I think there are issues there. We don't want dual reporting. We do think that there are amendments that could be brought forward at stage 2 which would resolve these issues. And
thank you. And other line of question that I had, a bit different to this, but goes back to, again, point you've touched on a few times around industrial relations and the position of trade unions on this. Given that I think it's fair to say that the general area of focus for teachers' unions at the moment is not pay, it's conditions, it's issues around workload, etc. Are you envisaging this bill having any impact, adverse or positive, on industrial relations and the atmosphere of SNCT?
Well, the trade unions, I think it's fair to say, are not supportive of the legislation, so I think Parliament needs to be mindful of that. But I think in committee there's quite a lot of support for the bill, and of course the government is supporting the bill at stage 1. So we need to work with trade unions in relation to that. I do think there is more we can do in this space to provide reassurance. I'd want to work with Mr Johnson on that, to engagement with the professional associations. They are very clear that they don't want this guidance to be put on a statutory footing. And for all the reasons that Mike Corbett has set out to committee, their preference would be that we work with them to improve the guidance and we make it a bit stronger, in the same way we've done with behaviour. And we give more concrete examples and we give more support to the profession in that kind of non-statutory space. But that's not where we are. So I'm more than happy to engage with the trade unions on this, but they do have a number of concerns. And I think this goes back to the point that Mr Rennie was pursuing in terms of it perhaps creating a chilling effect whereby teachers don't use restraint. And the alternative, of course, is the evidence that committee heard, I think, or take from Bernardo's, who said on the contrary, you might see now an increase in restraint because of the legislation. So I think we need to be mindful of these features, and I would hope it would not, in terms of our engagement with the professional associations, it would not create challenge. But I met with, of course, them, and I've listened to the challenge, and I think we need to do that as the bill makes its progress. And
taking on board your point that the unions have made their position pretty clear on this, in any discussions that you've had, accepting that there's a degree of confidentiality up to a point, have any of the unions raised the prospect that this would become an issue in an SNCT setting, in a formal industrial relations context, rather than just one of the many wider policy discussions that you have with them that sits outside SNCT?
Well, anything can happen in Scottish education, Mr Greer. In the most recent conversation I had with the NASUWT and the EIS last week, no. But that's not to preclude it from happening in the future. So.
I appreciate that. That was useful, though. Thank you. Thanks, Convener.
John Mason.
Thanks very much, Convener. You've touched on training already. That's been mentioned by other people, and also, as to Mr Greer's point, I was going to raise, yes, it was brought to committee that as you've suggested already, teachers are perhaps fearful of restraining kids in any kind of way at the moment. And by introducing more training and more standardised training, that in a sense might reassure teachers that they can restrain, and so could lead to an increase in restraint. I mean, would that concern you?
Yes, and I think that was the point I was making to Mr Greer about Bernardo's evidence. In my experience as a teacher who worked in mainstream, restraint is not a practice I was trained in, and nor was it one that the vast majority of my colleagues were trained in. If anything, the counter was true. So I think we need to be mindful that most teachers will not view this as something that sits with them, because in terms of education, your first duty is to educate. So I think we need to be careful about the bill, and our guidance actually applies to all settings. And I've been pushing with officials, whether or not we can look at stage 2 being a bit clearer on this. And these are points we can discuss with Mr Johnson as the bill progresses, because I would not want us to see necessarily, of course, an increase in the use of restraint practices. That's not the purpose of the legislation as I understand it. But it does exist in some settings, and it has to be accompanied by staff who are appropriately trained. Most staff are not going to find themselves in those circumstances in our education services because most staff work in mainstream. So I think we need to be a bit careful about who we're talking about. And these are points that I'm sure committee will probe with Mr Johnson, but these are also points that the trade unions put to me last week, that they are concerned about the message it sends. So,
but could any teacher not be in the situation where an S6 is bashing an S1 who's got special needs? And there needs to be physical intervention?
They could be in that situation, but they might not have had training. They might be reticent to... It's difficult for me to comment on individual examples, Mr Mason, but, you know, in my experience, teachers are very reticent to ever involve themselves physically in any debates that may ensue in school because they are fearful, to the convener's points at the start of this session, of what may happen as a result. So I think, and this is also part of the trade union's position, so I think we need to be quite careful about that. There are, of course, the bill kind of stipulates a kind of approach. It doesn't mandate training, but it does provide for a kind of national list, which we're supportive of. We've provided, I think, further detail on that in our own guidance in that regard. So, you know, I think the approach Mr Johnson's has taken is the right one in that regard. We'll work with him further in relation to training, but the training that is required of staff, as I understand it, and I think committee took evidence on this, can take a number of days. So you're talking about staff going out of school for quite a long time. We need to think about the costs that will also incur in terms of school budgets, what that might mean for people being out of school, staff cover. So all of these things will need to be resolved at stage 2. But to my mind, the training on restraint is not something that all teachers will want to take part in. In fact, many teachers will actually not want to be part of this because it is for teachers who work in specialist provision or perhaps in ALC.
Okay, I mean, there's quite a lot in this. I mean, it's been raised with us before that de-escalation and that side of things is a key part of the training, or should be a key part of the training. And I mean, some of this applies whether this bill goes through or not. I fully accept. I mean, is it the case then that some teachers get all the training, 3 days a year or whatever it might be, and other teachers get nothing? Or is it more of a kind of sliding scale that all teachers need training and maybe do get training, I'm not familiar with that, on like de-escalation at least, you know, for all teachers, and then once it becomes the more serious end of physical restraint, that would only be a minority of teachers?
So all teachers at the current time are not trained in restraint. And in terms of the training approaches that are used, this is something that the committee has previously looked at in terms of ASN in relation to teacher training. We can't mandate individual education providers, for example. What I would have been keen for us to explore is, you know, the amount of hours, for example, that's allocated to the teaching of additional support needs in initial teacher education. It's very difficult to mandate independent universities who are autonomous from the government, as you're about to hear, tell them that they have to teach X number of hours on autism or on dyslexia. So there are challenges in relation to initial teacher education. But there are also challenges here in relation to local government because they have a responsibility to provide CPD. Teacher training looks disparate across the country. It will look disparate within local authorities, and it's also often dependent on individual teacher needs. So at the current time, we don't mandate because we say that teachers use their professional judgment in terms of their own continuing professional development. And they have 35 hours a week, I think I recall from the back of my brain, to complete that every year on CPD activities that they think will benefit their teaching and learning. So we don't mandate at the current time. There are disparate practices, and you're right to say that there will be different approaches to how this is done. But the national list that's been provided for, obviously, I think will give us some kind of certainty, but also in the 2024 guidance, our training providers, only training providers rather, that have achieved the Restraint Reduction Network certification should be used. That's an approach, I think, mirrored by Daniel Johnson's approach in that regard too. So I think there's consistency being provided for in the guidance and in the bill, but we have different approaches across the country at the current time. And I think committee's taking evidence from local government on this.
I mean, it strikes me that different approaches, certainly for individual teachers, is probably a good thing because there's a whole range of schools out there.
And rural dynamics,
Yes, and I mean, I think some mainstream schools do have special needs units in them.
They do.
Then there's a bit of interaction. I mean, the phrase training needs analysis was raised. I've forgotten the name of the witness who raised that. That, you know, basically, and maybe that is what happens at the moment. But would you be sympathetic to that idea that basically every member of staff should be themselves examining what training they need because of the situation that they're actually in.
So I would argue, I mean, I'm not familiar with the phrase training needs analysis, but I would argue that teachers do that anyway. They do that every year as part of their CPT. They look at what they're delivering. They might have a class one year whereby they've got lots of young people with additional support needs. They might say, as part of my continuing development this year, I'm going to engage in further training on X, Y and Z to support the young people in my care this year. That's something that individual teachers take a decision on, and we don't mandate as a government, and neither does local government. But it might be something that the committee wants to pursue at stage 2 or with Mr Johnson. And I hear the point that Mr Mason's making, but we also need to be mindful that teachers are professionals, so they tend to make these individual judgments themselves as professionals, and I'm not sure it's for me to tell them which training they need in that regard, because their classes will change every year. Yeah. The needs in front of them will change every year. They adapt their training appropriately and accordingly.
I mean, I think I agree with that. I don't think it can be one size fits all, so we'll maybe explore that further. Now, you've already mentioned this idea of a list of training providers, which sounds like you're sympathetic to. We did have the question raised as to, some councils would want to maybe do more internal training, so that presumably some people get really trained up to to a high level, and then they would train within the local authority. Does that fit with this model, do you think?
I think so, yeah. I'd seen the evidence of this, but Robert might want to say more on this. I think so. That practice is used across the country just now in a range of different ways.
Yes, just to clarify, so to follow the current guidance published last year, it would be compliant as long as the trainer in every circumstance was certified as Restraint Reduction Network standards.
So whether it was a trainer, an individual or a couple of folk within a local authority or an external provider, they would all go through the same or have the same kind of qualification standard?
Yes, that's
broadly. Okay, thank you. And then the other area I wanted to touch on, as you probably gathered, I mean, especially the EIS, but also the NASUWT, a lot of their response in this whole area has been we need more resources in both mainstream schools and special needs, so that there'll be less temptation, less need, less pressure and less restraint. Are you sympathetic to that argument?
I'm always sympathetic to having more money provided for to my budget. So, yeah, I mean, I've seen the evidence from the EIS and the NASUWT that this is a routine ask from the trade unions. It's not going to surprise the committee. And I accept there are pressures in our schools just now that, have increased, particularly in recent years, in terms of additional support needs. We did put extra money in the budget last year of £28 million for additional support needs. That complements the additional £1 billion of spend in the last financial year. So there is extra money going into the system, but I'm sympathetic to the points in terms of resourcing, and I also think these are issues that we need to consider in terms of the financial memorandum. We've raised some challenges there in terms of inflation, which has not been accounted for, which I know committee will be keen to consider. So we need to look at that and look at how, in the future, if we're looking at extra resourcing, well, where does that need to come from? And of course, we're approaching the budget, so I'm sure if members have views on where extra money for education should come from, I am all ears in terms of engaging on a cross-party basis, because I'd be very supportive of more funding coming to the education portfolio.
Well, you do tempt me to suggest that we should raise taxes, which I think Mr Greer would be on board for as well, but I'm not sure the rest of the committee is that keen. Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the evidence session on this bill. However, just late on in the session, you provided me with a hook to ask this next question, which was in response to Mr Mason. You commented on our next session with Dundee University. So just while we have you in front of us, first of all, will you be watching that, and what do you expect us to hear from Dundee University?
Well, I don't want to prejudge the outcome of your engagement with Dundee University. But I do, I suppose, want to say that the University of Dundee obviously is at a kind of critical crossroads at the current time. And I know the committee is very mindful of this. We need to ensure, of course, the institution's future, and we also need to ensure that it is financially stable. So the government has been working on this for a number of months now. And the SFC, as committee, I think also know, are currently preparing conditions for funding that will support them to do just that. So I don't want to prejudge the evidence session, and I will await the outcome of the evidence session, and I'm really happy to continue engagement with the committee tonight.
Do you expect we'll hear from Dundee University that they're happy with the Scottish Government at the moment?
I sincerely hope they're happy with the Scottish Government. We're providing a large amount of public money to help that university, given the financial challenges that they have encountered through, of course, financial decisions that were taken by the previous management team. So I hope they are very happy with the Scottish Government, Convener.
Okay. And just if any other members have any quick questions on this, but I've raised it with Ben McPherson when he was in front of us as Minister for Further and Higher Education. I raised it with the First Minister at the Conveners Group, so you will be aware of the concerns about the impartiality of the SFC from the Scottish Government, particularly around the University of Dundee and recent discussions at their board. What have you made of those concerns that have now been confirmed publicly were raised at their board meeting?
I'm actually going to a meeting with the Scottish Funding Council after this, Convener, so I'll interrogate the point that you've made. I'm not necessarily sure I would agree with the point in terms of impartiality, but I am more than happy to continue my engagement with the SFC in that regard.
But when that was raised, did you start to speak amongst yourself, officials, ministers, to say we may have a problem here?
Which specific point is it you're alluding to in terms of impartiality? Sorry.
That there are people who believe the SFC is now a conduit for the Scottish Government and are not acting impartially of the Scottish Government.
So I think the evidence base for this was background briefing in the press, is that correct?
Yes, but then Mr McConaughey from the SFC confirmed those discussions had taken place at their board meeting earlier this year. So board members of the SFC have said to the leadership of the SFC that there are concerns that the Funding Council are just a conduit for the government and are not impartial from the government. So what do you say as the Education Secretary about that?
Well, look, I'm about to meet with the Scottish Funding Council. We engage with them very regularly. The reports the member alludes to, I think, are now some months old. I had seen them at the time I was concerned by them. And of course, I've discussed with the SFC over a number of months' position in relation to Dundee University. And I'll continue to have those discussions, in fact, just after this committee session concludes.
Okay. Willie Rennie, then John Mason.
I detect that there's a much more positive relationship between the SFC, the government and the university now. Would you agree that that's the case?
Mr Rennie, you know I'm always a positive minister when in front of this committee.
Seriously, do you think there's a better relationship now?
Well, look, I think it's been challenging. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, you know.
It has been, but is it better now?
Is it better? Well, I think throughout this, we need to go back to what happened, you know. Dundee
Why are you
University...
reluctant to say it's better? Because there's not... I sense a much more positive relationship now. Why are you reluctant to say that?
I'm not necessarily sure I'm reluctant to say it's better. It's just that I suppose Mr Rennie presumes it was bad at some point. I mean, we're
well, it was,
bailing out a
because you said the financial recovery plan had been rejected.
Well, look, this is a significant amount of public money that's being put to support an institution, Mr Rennie. You know that's extremely unusual because, of course, our universities are independent and autonomous. And it's not the case that any other institution is receiving the financial support that Dundee University is at the current time. So I think we need to be mindful of that. If Mr Rennie thinks that it's improved, that's a good thing. I think it's positive. He, like me, is a Fife MSP. He wants Dundee University to thrive, to survive. It supports a lot of our constituents and a lot of young people in the areas that we represent. So I am absolutely committed to working with the current management team to supporting the university onto a kind of future that will see it thrive. And we've also had really positive engagement with the trade unions, and I'm sure the committee will be engaging with them and listening to their views, because it's really important that the management team do listen to staff and students throughout this process. And that has been a challenge, I think, as the committee has heard in recent months.
The financial support that you've indicated is not in question now, is it? It will be provided to the university no matter what happens.
Well, I've announced the financial support to the university, but I've also set out, I think, in response to the convener, that the SFC are preparing conditions for funding that will support them to do just that. The conditions, of course, are quite important given this is public money. You know, I don't think any MSP at committee this morning would expect public money to flow out the door without the government attaching conditions to that. So that, of course, advice is coming to me.
But it's you fully are confident the university will be able to meet those conditions, and therefore the finance is not in question?
I would expect the university to be able to meet those conditions, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
John Mason.
Thanks, Convener. I mean, in a sense, my concern is the opposite of the conveners, because I just wonder if the SFC are doing what the government wants. I mean, it seems to me that the university is drifting somewhat. There is no permanent principal in place. Is the SFC not guilty of being a bit hands-off?
Well, look, I mean, I think the permanent principal appointment is challenging because, of course, Mr Gillespie left in December of last year. So that process, to my mind, should have been undertaken long before now, and that is not the position in which the university finds itself. And I also would direct the committee back to Pamela Gillies' report, which talked to the issues in relation to governance in the institution and the lack of a permanent leadership team. That remains the position, as I understand it, within the university today. So those are issues I'm sure the committee will want to put to the current management team. But, of course, those are issues that we would expect the SFC to be pursuing on behalf of ministers, and I have been engaging with the SFC on all of these matters, along with Mr Day, and now, of course, with Mr McPherson, since March this year.
And do you think SFC are moving fast enough?
I would have hoped that we would have been able to move more quickly than this, I think it's fair to say. There have been other issues in relation to recent changes, so I think we need to be a bit mindful of that in terms of the SFC. But look, we're here to support that institution. I think you know that in terms of the government's position, so we'll continue to engage with the management team, but also with the SFC, and I'll be meeting them very shortly.
Okay, thanks, Convener.
Convener Glancy.
Convener, one of the conditions, as I understand, is that the university has wide buy-in to the recovery plan, that it's not just something that's sort of imposed. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what engagement she's had with the trade unions about their view of the recovery plan?
So I've had a lot of engagement with the trade unions. I think, as the committee may be aware, I have deliberately done that over the course of a number of months to ensure we had a ready flow of information coming from the staff in terms of their experience of what was happening at that institution, because it continues to cause an inordinate amount of stress to staff and students not knowing what is happening. And I am very mindful of that as Cabinet Secretary. That being said, the recovery plan does not belong to this government. It belongs to Dundee University. So Dundee University have to engage with staff and students. That's a matter for the current management team to undertake. And of course, in terms of the conditions, Ms Duncan Glancy said, I think, that she understands one of the conditions is that they will engage with staff and students. I think that was an ask from the SFC in terms of the correspondence, but in terms of the conditions the government will attach directly, I have not yet been provided with that advice from the SFC. I suspect I will hear more after this meeting.
Can you tell us anything just now about the sorts of conditions? Because in your response to my colleague Will Rennie, you made the point that, or the Cabinet Secretary made the point that, you know, if there's money flowing out from the government to the institution, then one might expect that there are conditions attached to it. Can you indicate any of what those conditions might be?
So some of the asks, I think, were set out in correspondence from the SFC to the university directly, and I think the committee received a copy of that letter back in August.
And are those the government's expectations or the SFC's expectations, or are they one and the same thing?
Well, look, the SFC obviously supports ministers, so you can't imagine there would be divergence in terms of our views on these things. But in terms of the conditions themselves, I have not yet received that information. I have met with officials on this yesterday. I will be meeting with the SFC later today. I would have expected to have received them. Perhaps sooner than I have, and I know there have been a number of workshops that Dundee management have been involved in along with the SFC. I think the committee heard evidence on this from Richard McConaughey. I think there have been 3 workshops in total which have helped to inform some of the thinking behind the conditions, but they have not yet been presented to me, so it would be remiss of me today to suggest otherwise.
Okay, that's fair enough. And finally then, what sort of oversight does the Cabinet Secretary hope to have on the extent to which the conditions attached to the money are adhered to?
Well, the oversight, of course, I think would be hugely important. This is public money, and of course there will be a role for the SFC in that regard and a role for ministers. We will have oversight of the public money and the conditions. But of course the university is independent, and we need to be quite careful about the interplay here in terms of the Section 25, which allows us to award money to the institution, or provide it with financial assistance rather, because of the unique set of circumstances it found itself in. So there are two points I would say in that regard. We have certainty in terms of the conditions. The SSC will ensure that those are adhered to on behalf of ministers, and the institution itself has to run independently. So that in the future is where Dundee needs to get to, and we have a kind of contribution to make in regard to the public money being provided.
Forgive me then, how conditional are the conditions?
Forgive me, I do not have the conditions in front of me.
I understand that, but regardless what they are...
Well, it's quite important what they are.
Of course it's important what they are, but so too is the mechanism to hold the university to account for them. So I'm just curious, how conditional are they?
Ms Duncan Glancy, I share your curiosity, but okay. the conditions put forward by the SFC will be about providing reassurance on public money, but also about feasibility for what's feasible for the university to deliver. So we have to be balanced in terms of conditions. We're not going to ask the university to do things which I think are unreasonable, but this is about public money, so ministers need some reassurance in that regard. I don't have these conditions in front of me, so I cannot give concrete details. And then, of course, I need to engage with the university. We need to engage through the SFC to that end.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Why are you waiting? I mean, you said you expected them before now, so where's the blockage been, and what have you done to speed that up?
The SFC have been holding a number of workshops with the university. I think it's fair to say that's taken longer than we would have expected. So there's been a bit of a challenge in that
So when
regard.
did you expect to get them?
I think we would have expected them. I don't want to put an arbitrary date on it, convener, but I think we would have expected them sometime before now. And I think if we wind back the clock to the end of June and my announcement to Parliament then, we were pretty clear about the announcement of funding and what it was going to provide for. We then had a pretty quick change in leadership team, an interim leadership team installed, and we then had engagement with the SFC over the summer period, and then of course we had correspondence with the committee is aware of in terms of actually the SFC setting out some requirements in terms of what the university was proposing. So we've had to work with the university on that. That's taken longer than I think we originally would have anticipated going back to my announcement in June.
Okay. Willie Rennie, then Miles Briggs.
You do have confidence in the new leadership of Dundee University,
Yes.
do you? You do. And the new court set up, there's new recruits to the court.
There are.
You satisfied with that as well?
Well, there continue to be issues, I think it's fair to say, in relation to the court, but that's a matter for the management team, of course, to engage with, and of course the university itself. These issues in relation to the court, though, speak to the issues in terms of governance that Pamela Gillies has referred to. So I do think committee, this is for committee to consider, need to be mindful of these aspects. And part of the challenge that Pamela Gillies talked to was the issue that court was not working in the way it should have to provide challenge to decisions that were made previously. So these are things I'm sure that committee will want to explore, but I'll be exploring them further, of course, with the SFC later on in terms of giving me that reassurance. We have Richard McConaughey, who's been attending a number of court meetings in observer status for the SFC, so I'm sure I'll be engaging with the SFC further on that this week.
Okay, thank you.
Issues with the court?
I think there were issues in terms of membership. There were issues in terms of trade union engagement as well. There were issues in terms of papers being shared late. Off the top of my head, computer.
Okay, thank you. Miles Briggs, then Ross Greer.
Thank you, Convener. Dundee University, quite rightly, has had a lot of attention from this committee, from Scottish Funding Council and ministers, but every single institution I've met is reporting its financial vulnerability. So I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary, how many have, in the run-up to budget discussions, both in terms of universities and our colleges, outlined that they are in a similar situation of financial vulnerability?
So all of our institutions are facing an inordinate pressure at the current time. I've been in front of committee on this issue, I think earlier this year. There are pressures in relation to changes to the immigration approach that's taken by the UK government, which has harmed some of our institutions. There are issues in relation to ENICs, and I think University of Scotland put the figure there in the region of £50 million, the cost of the sector in Scotland. And there are broader inflationary pressures that mean staff wages have gone up, so things are more expensive. So all of these things are compounding, but the issues in Dundee University are very unique and relate to the financial challenges that we've spoken to previously, relate to the Pamela Gillies investigation, issues in terms of governance. That is why the government was able to use the Section 25 in Dundee and not in other institutions. But on the point in relation to budget, we will continue to engage with University Scotland in the run-up to the budget. I am very mindful of these issues that Mr Briggs puts to me, because our institutions in Scotland are extremely precious and we want to continue to ensure that they are best supported.
And do you have confidence Scottish Funding Council is looking at each institution's situation and then bringing to you?
Yes, I do, because I've asked them to undertake that work, and that work is in shape.
And making that more publicly available, and for this committee, what changes do you think could be brought forward? I think that was one of my biggest concerns, that actually there wasn't that earlier opportunity to have oversight at Dundee University, and arguably all other institutions haven't moved forward in that transparency and availability of accounts as well.
I share Mr Briggs' concerns, and those issues in terms of Dundee University should have been known to government long before they were. So these are issues to reassure committee that I have put to the SFC, and of course there is a bill in front of Parliament at the current time which may want to consider these issues more broadly in space of the role of the SFC and powers that it may have as an institution organisation in the future.
Thank you.
That last point was exactly the question I was about to ask Cabinet Secretary from your perspective. So other members of the committee certainly are considering whether the Dundee situation has raised issues that we could resolve by amending the bill in relation to the SFC's functions. From the government's perspective, from your experience in engaging in this process, have you found limitations to the roles of the SFC? Have you wanted the SFC to do things and discovered that legislation as it currently stands makes that impossible? And have you identified potential amendments that the government will be bringing forward to stage 2 of the tertiary education bill in relation to the role of the functions of SFC?
So I sat in the stage 1 debate, which Mr McPherson obviously was thrown into in his first week, I think, being appointed as a minister. And there's lots of things happening in the tertiary education space that I think government needs to reflect on and respond to as a result of the stage 1 debate. The points that Mr Greer has made, I'm not going to answer specifically, but we are considering these things in the round. I cannot think that there has been a legislative block to ministerial action in relation to what has happened at Dundee. But I do think there's a need for greater reassurance. The issue is that these are independent and autonomous institutions, and we need to be mindful of ONS classification and what bringing any institution further to government might do to these institutions. It would be dangerous, extremely, in my view, if that were to take place, and I'm sure that Mr Seaton and others will have a view on that when you hear from them shortly. So we need to be careful about the role of government here and the role of our independent institutions, but we also need reassurance, and that's the point that Mr Briggs was pursuing, and I am in firm agreement with. So these are issues that we have been raising with the SFC, and I do think the outcome of the Gillies review gives us some pause for thought in terms of how there can be better transparency in terms of some of the financial issues that arose at Dundee.
Thank you. Thanks.
This point, there was reporting that the Scottish Government, I think, had paid Deloitte £900,000 to look at the financial health of Dundee University. Was the reporting correct that they didn't even see the recovery plan before it was rejected?
So I had seen the reports at the time, and like you, convener, shared some concerns. As I understand it, at that point, Deloitte, we had the SFC rather had undertaken to work with Deloitte, but they had not at that point been undertaken to look at the plan because the plan was not acceptable to the SFC. So that was dealt with in correspondence. The requirements from the SFC were sent back to Dundee, and then it was my understanding that Deloitte were to look at the updated plan. So.
Because almost £1 million seems a lot of money for expertise to be brought in to not even have a cursory look at a plan.
But they will have to look at the plan when that is agreed upon. And of course, the plan is not for ministers to sign off, it's for the court to agree to. And I think the court and Mr Rennie's line of questioning in that regard are actually very important in that respect. But I agree with Mr Ross's observations on the optics of it. And of course, we'll continue to pursue those issues with the SFC when I meet them shortly.
Okay, thank you very much. You've been very generous with that additional time on an issue that the committee is clearly interested in, and it will help us with our deliberations later on this morning. Thank you and your officials for your evidence today, and I will suspend the meeting for 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yep. Okay, welcome back. We now move on to our second item of the day regarding the University of Dundee. Could I welcome Michael Mara, MSP, and Maggie Chapman, MSP, who are joining us, and we have apologies for this part of the meeting from Ross Greer. Can I also welcome our second panel today, Professor Nigel Seaton, Interim Principal and Vice-Chancellor, University of Dundee, and Lee Hamill, Interim Finance Director, University of Dundee. Welcome to you both. We're just going to go straight into questions. Professor Seaton, where are we with the recovery plan for the University of Dundee?
The two principal elements of the recovery plan are the reorganisation of the university on the academic and the professional services side to become more effective and more efficient, and we've been planning that for many months. We've just begun to work on that. And that facilitates the reduction of cost. We've already made quite a lot of big steps in reduction of cost. We've had a voluntary severance scheme, which was broadly successful. We've disposed of some assets that we don't require. That's brought in some money. And we're going to begin in the coming months to plan further reductions in cost. That's partly contingent upon having created the organisational structure.
Do you feel you're on target? Are you behind schedule?
We're on target for where we wanted to be in terms of our planning over the last few months. I think if one took a longer view of the history of the university since the crisis became evident in November, I think we would all have wished to be able to move more quickly. And there was a period in which we didn't move quite as quickly as we ought to have done. I would recognise that. But over the last few months we've been planning. I think we're more or less on track with what we wanted to do.
Really, because we've had the stage where plans have been produced by your predecessors, by yourself, by the current board, and they've not been taken forward through the Funding Council, government, whomever takes these decisions. We've had debates in this committee whether they've been rejected or not. Is your view that previous plans presented have been rejected?
I think it's clear that the recovery plan that was presented in the spring was unacceptable. The plan we presented to the Funding Council in early August, it was a wide-ranging plan. It included plans on the student experience, learning and teaching, research, the estate. That included a section on strategy, including the strategy that was behind that plan. And much of it hasn't really been subject to discussion with the Funding Council, but there were two elements that were problematical and which we were told that we shouldn't proceed with in the Funding Council letter of the 18th of August, which was the reorganisation of the university and the reduction of cost over the coming year. So in that sense, if forced to get off the fence, I would say yes, it was rejected, but most of it wasn't discussed, I would say.
Wasn't discussed by the Funding Council?
Yes, not by the Funding Council.
It wasn't discussed by the Funding Council?
It was obviously discussed by us as putting together the plan. Indeed, many of the elements of the plan, it was a document produced for the Funding Council in order to secure the funding, and it contained many elements that had previously existed and elements that were in the process of being planned when we started writing the documents. It was a rather varied document. But the focus of that letter, and indeed of further discussion with the Funding Council, was primarily on the reorganisation and the plans for reduction of the operating cost.
But to go back to my earlier point, are you on schedule or not? Surely if you submitted a plan in August which has not been allowed to go forward because it has, by your own admission now, been rejected by the Funding Council, you can't possibly be on schedule because you've had to come up with another plan and we're not there yet. We don't have that.
The Funding Council has not impeded our work on those two elements I mentioned, which is the reorganisation of the university to become more efficient and more effective, and to improve leadership, and in preparing and indeed working on cost reduction. So we've carried on, and indeed I think it's important to emphasise that the plan, we spent, my colleagues, senior colleagues and junior colleagues across the university spent a lot of time on the plan, and it was useful for us as well as I hope for the Funding Council to bring it all together. But there are many elements that already existed, particularly to do with learning and teaching and research. And we brought, and there was work, for example, on the reorganisation that began before we submitted the plan and continued afterwards. So it was a punctuation mark, if you like, in our interaction with the Funding Council. But we did not delay doing anything. It might seem that there wasn't that much activity, but actually there was activity in preparation for the change that we've just begun now in creating faculties from the academic schools and in reorganising our professional services.
we'll certainly get onto that later, because we had an email from the Student Union last night about that, and some significant concerns that have been expressed at the university over it. Is this all being done internally? Are you using your own skills and expertise internally, or are you seeking outside advice?
I feel we've got a very capable senior team, and I have a very capable senior team, and there are many capable people in the university. We're primarily doing it ourselves, but we're taking advice when we need it. I have personally have a very broad network of contacts and advisors, and we're getting advice corporately from University of Scotland, for example. We get advice when we need it from UCA, the Employers Association. So, but we're not contracting with external advisors primarily in order to do this work.
I think that was an option. Why did you not take that option?
My approach would generally be that if we've got the ability to do it, we should do it ourselves.
But do you have that ability if, by your own admission, the plan you submitted in August was rejected by the Funding Council? Is that not an indication that you don't have the ability to produce the plans to the level required by the Funding Council, Scottish Government and others?
In conversation with the Funding Council, and it was emphasised, was submitted to the Funding Council, but not to the Scottish Government, but of course we had some discussion with the Scottish Government. We never had any hint that they thought it was not at the required level. We felt that they didn't like some of the measures that were presented in it. We never heard any criticism about the quality of the plan.
Well, there must be, though, because we still don't have a plan.
Perhaps it would help if with your permission, said a little bit about what happened after the plan was submitted, because there was a letter of the 18th of August that was responded to, if I may, it was responded to by the university, by Ian. The letter was actually not to me, it was to Ian Mayer, the Chair of Court. He responded as the Chair, but having had two conversations with the University Court and reflecting the Court's conversation. And he replied on the 15th of September. The conversations we've had for the Funding Council since then have been about helping them to understand what the university intends, helping them to understand how the university works, which of course is very necessary, to help with the objective, I think, of putting them in a position where they can give us conditions of grant and confirm the funding. There's also been a lot of analysis of the university's cash balance and cash flow. So the plan was produced. We were required to produce the plan. It led to this letter, which told us there were some things in the plan we shouldn't do. That was responded to. And I think we've barely had any conversation with the Funding Council at all about the plan since then. It's really been about gaining understanding of how the university operates, what's intended, and in preparation for, we hope, for confirmation of funding.
The Cabinet Secretary in minutes before you, who said she has not received the information that she expected in terms of conditions on the funding. The Funding Council have clearly rejected things. So even with what you've described happened after that, I'm still looking at this from the outside as an MSP and the public watching this through the media, the Courier, who have done great coverage on this issue, who are just wondering where we are. And I haven't got a sense from you today what the next steps are, that the public, the staff, the students, the university family will look at, think, yep, there's the plan we get behind to see the University of Dundee prosper now after a very difficult period?
I think there's a lot in that question, really, but perhaps I should say I've got a partial view of it sitting in the university, and the other important actors, of course, are the SFC and the Scottish Government. From our perspective, we've had a number of workshops with the Funding Council, which I think have been, from our point of view, very successful. The Funding Council seems to be pleased with what they've learnt from them. And I understand that we're approaching the point at which conditions of grant might be decided by the Funding Council. Of course, they're conditions of grant that would be required upon us, but we don't write them. The Funding Council writes them. I think they're close to completing them and close to agreeing the funding and the timing of the funding. So I realise it would look differently from different angles, but that's the situation as we see it.
Okay, there's a lot we'll get through this morning. I want to take you back to Mr Hamill's predecessor, Chris Riley. What happened there with an individual who was appointed, who was praised by the university when his appointment was confirmed as someone with a wealth of experience, and I've looked at his background. I mean, he comes in and turns around quite substantial businesses here in the UK, across the world, and he lasted one day, effectively. He'd been in doing some research up to that point, but his first full day, he left.
As a point of correction, he was at the beginning of his second week when he left. But I can't say anything more about that because it's, and I need to say, of course, why I can't say any more. But there's a legal matter that we're engaged with, and because of that, I can't say anything. I'm afraid.
You can't,
I can't say anything now. I might be able to say something later.
You can't. Well, can you tell me why, as the new Vice Chancellor and Principal, you didn't do more to keep him in his post? If he said to you he was unhappy about things to the extent that he had to leave within days of taking up the role, why did you not do more to keep him?
I should say that I appreciate that's a very reasonable question to ask, but I'm afraid I can't answer it at the moment for the reason I gave.
Have you been given legal advice to that extent?
I've been given internal legal advice within the university from our legal team, yes.
Because I've got quite a lot of information on this, which I'm quite happy to put into the public domain. Nothing you see, I can't imagine anything you say here could compromise that, and it just looks suspicious if you won't. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying from the outside.
I'm of course not trying to look suspicious. I'm sorry it looks suspicious, but I'm afraid I can only repeat my previous point, that I don't feel I can say anything about it.
Not a single thing. Is that what you're telling us? Or can I continue to try and ask questions and
yes,
you decide?
Yes, and it might be productive, but
yes,
I don't feel I can answer those questions.
Okay, well, let's try and see where we get to. Did Mr Riley send a lengthy email to yourself with concerns about the university, about the way forward, and you suggested that he was raising significant issues and you would require an additional hour's meeting with him the next day, and at the start of that 1 hour meeting, he then resigned, having had a brief conversation with you? Is that a correct time frame?
I don't feel able I can answer that question because it impinges on aspects that I don't feel I can comment on.
Did Mr Riley suggest that you should use the services of PwC when producing the recovery plan?
I can answer that because it's a matter of record, and that was indeed there was his predecessor produced a paper for court. I'm not sure that he personally commented on. Forgive me, I can't remember, but his predecessor produced a paper for court in which it was proposed, and I know that he supported it. It was proposed that we contract out a large part, particularly the financial analysis of the recovery plan, to PwC.
And you personally, or who rejected that? Because you told us
the university court. Was
it on your advice?
It was. I spoke against it, but it was spoken against by other people, and it was. So
you were against. You, just to be clear, you were against appointing PwC, despite the recommendation from Helen Simpson, the interim finance director at the time, supported by the incoming interim finance director. You felt your view was better informed than their view?
I felt that the university senior team and the finance colleagues had the capability of doing it. I am in favour of internal people doing it, and so I supported that. And as it turned out, we did have the capability of doing it.
Well, I personally disagree, because we're still at this stage that we don't know where we are, but others may take a different view. But you're saying internally people supported that view. Your interim finance director, someone who I think came across very well when she appeared at this committee, and someone who I think rarely in our considerations about Dundee University impressed the committee, was telling you to appoint an external company, PwC, to assist you and the board and the university to come up with a recovery plan. That was supported by your incoming interim finance director, someone you and the university welcomed, yet you took a different approach. So why were these two very senior people involved in the finance of the university wrong, but you were right?
I didn't say they were wrong. I expect them to say what they think, and they did say what they thought. I'm bound by other considerations as well as what senior colleagues advise. I'm bound by the effective use of money. Much of it is public money, and I also feel that there's a benefit in an internal team doing something if they have the capability to do it. And I felt that the internal team did have the capability of doing it, and I was right, we did have the capability of doing it. And I could offer further evidence to that, which is that we've had further work carried out by Deloitte, which is contracted by the Scottish Government, and they've analysed the financial content, particularly of the University Recovery Plan, and they found it to be very sound. So I would say it's a matter of record that our internal team was able to do it without spending what would have been hundreds of thousands of thousands of pounds of money that the university really doesn't have. So I'm perfectly happy with that decision. I don't feel I'm obliged to follow recommendations made by colleagues. I will say what I think, and what I thought was we had the capability of doing it ourselves, that there was merit in doing it ourselves because of ownership of our team in doing it, and that it would save money, which was scarce. And so those were my reasons. I'm not obliged to follow the recommendations of colleagues.
At the board meeting where that was determined, did you withdraw the paper from the Interim Finance Director from the agenda?
No.
So there was a paper presented by Helen Simpson to the board meeting on the 23rd of June. I'm asking a very specific question about a paper, not an oral update. Was there a paper presented as on the agenda on the 23rd of June?
Are you referring to the paper that was about contracting out part of the work?
No, a financial update.
That paper wasn't withdrawn.
It wasn't on the agenda.
Forgive me, I don't remember the content of the agenda. It was written on the page, but there was there was no finance paper that was provided to court for that meeting.
Was there a finance update that was on the agenda that only materialised because Helen Simpson made sure she could put her points of view across?
Forgive me, at that meeting, no, there was not. I can't remember. Sometimes agendas are changed when papers are not provided. I can't remember what was on the page at that meeting, but there was no paper submitted by Helen Simpson on finance, with the exception of the. I'm emphasising it's not the. I understand it not to be the paper proposing getting PwC to do work on the plan. There was no finance paper provided to the court.
If it's not a paper, was there due to be a finance update from the Interim Finance Director, as was the normal process for court meetings, that then was removed from the agenda, but Helen Simpson still insisted on giving an update?
I beg your pardon, do you mean an oral update?
Well, she had to give an oral update in the end, but was there any agenda item which suggested prior to the meeting Helen Simpson would do that, which then did not happen on the agenda, but she insisted on giving an oral update?
I don't recall. Forgive me, I'm still slightly lost. You're asking whether there was a paper in existence.
If it was a paper, if you're saying papers wouldn't be normal, but there was an agenda item, but then that agenda item was removed.
It was normal that there would have been a paper.
Okay.
But there wasn't one.
Okay. So why was there not a normal paper on the finance of the university when you were discussing a recovery plan?
I don't know that. I'm not involved in preparing the agenda for court as the university principal. That's a matter for the chair of court and for the secretariat that supports him. I forget the precise day, but I think I was in my first or second day as principal. And even if I'd been there for months, I still wouldn't have produced the agenda. It's a matter for court, and I can give you my recollection about what happened, but the preparation of the agenda is a matter for court and for the secretariat, not for me.
But you do know it's a regular agenda item. Therefore, did you raise concerns that it wasn't on the agenda?
It was the first court meeting I had chaired as principal. I believe because there was some discussion about whether there was a suggestion that a paper had been produced that had been somehow suppressed. And we investigated that. We couldn't find any evidence of it, and that's how I know there was such a thing as I mean, it's perhaps obvious there should be.
Okay, so we're now sorry, a couple of minutes on. We're getting to kind of where I was. So you're now saying, I think my earlier questions were clear, but if they're not, I apologise.
Yeah.
But you are now saying that you did know what I was speaking about a few minutes ago. That there was normally a finance update presented to the court, but there was not on this occasion. and you investigated...
I think the university court had very frequent meetings at a certain point. I wouldn't be able to say whether there was normally one. I know they've been produced before. And I don't have any particular insights as to what happened on this occasion, because I didn't organise the agenda, and I'd only been in post for a day or two, and so I would repeat that it's primarily a matter for the court.
But you would also repeat that it was thoroughly investigated. You said that.
There was a statement made that this paper had been submitted and that had been suppressed. There was a complaint made. We had an extensive investigation in the university that established that it had not been submitted through the normal channels, and there was an extensive investigation made of emails and other possible routes through which it could have been submitted, and no evidence was ever found.
It was submitted to the Governance Secretary, and it wasn't just financial analysis, it included corporate restructuring.
Do you mean for that meeting?
Yep.
We looked into that, and we found that it was not.
So just to be very clear, because I'm getting conflicting information,
Yeah.
You're saying no paper of that nature, financial analysis, corporate restructuring, was submitted to the Governance Secretary?
If it's the paper that I'm thinking of, my recollection of that meeting is reasonably good, but I can't remember the exact layout of the agenda. But there was a statement made later that there was a paper submitted that was of that nature and was suppressed, and we checked carefully and diligently and found that it was not. There might be some other paper, we might be slightly cross purposes, we don't have the paper in front of us, but if I understand your question correctly, and I think I do, then we checked diligently and carefully and at great length and found that paper had not been submitted.
That's very interesting, because it is the polar opposite of what I'm being told. So there's an issue there. This was Helen Simpson's final court meeting. She'd done, in my personal view, outstanding work. She saw the problems before anyone else. She told us when she was sat in that chair next to Mr Hamill that at the end of day one, she saw the problems at Dundee University that others internally, and I have to say externally, at the likes of the SFC, had missed for months. If that was her final meeting, surely you as day one Vice-Chancellor and Principal would have expected to hear from her and see a report from her.
I came into university, I don't want this to sound overly focused on me, but I came in at very short notice to university in the deepest crisis to affect any British university, at least since the Second World War, which we're now dealing with. It's a very deep crisis, and I actually trusted to my chair and to the court members and to the secretariat supporting the court to deal with court business. I'm not trying to suggest that I should be completely divorced from court business, but that's governance. I'm a leader, that's governance. And I was in, I think, my second day as a principal, having taken over at very short notice, and I just didn't spend a lot of time trying to think about how the chair and with the support of the secretariat should organise the agenda. I had other things to think about.
You have far more experience in this sector than I do have or ever will have, and I respect that. But given everything you knew about Dundee University going into that job, I would have thought the court was an area you want to pay considerable attention to, because they had dropped the ball so many times.
Absolutely, I agree with every word of that. It's been that the story of the University of Dundee is of leadership failure and ineffective governance oversight. I agree with absolutely with that. And but I was focusing on other things, and actually I think there is a need for clearly a need to reform court. There's also a need for me to give space to the chair of court and to the people on court for them to do what they feel is right. So I'm supporting that, and indeed all the people supporting court in the secretariat report ultimately to me. So it's a shared responsibility. But I didn't at that time concern myself about the detail of a court agenda on what I think was my second day in office.
A couple of final things at the moment. This meeting we've just been discussing at length was held on the 23rd of June. It was your first court meeting as Principal and Vice-Chancellor. How quickly should minutes be published from meetings such as this?
Minutes should be made available when they're confirmed, which should be normally be at the at the next meeting of that committee, so that after the next court meeting. But there are sometimes extraordinary meetings in which normal business is not done and minutes might not be confirmed, but in general they should be confirmed at the next meeting and they should be available after that.
Do you see the minutes before they're published and agreed by the court?
No, I don't. The court, I don't have any special locus in the minutes. It's a matter for court. I'm a court member as principal, but court approves the minutes.
Yeah, I'm not saying you have any special locus,
yeah.
but do you ask to see them?
No, I don't.
You don't. Do you think it's right that this important meeting of the 23rd of June, the minutes weren't published until earlier this month?
I think that probably is the normal rhythm for a routine court meeting. And I think what probably happened, again, I don't recall exactly, but it's quite common in times of difficulty to have extra court meetings. At one time, we had meetings before I joined every week and then every 2 weeks. I think it's quite common for extraordinary meetings for those minutes to be approved at the next regular meeting, and that might be what's happened here. But I can't confirm that. I can get that information from our governance team and report it soon, as soon as I can after this meeting, if that's of interest to the committee.
It would be of interest to me. I'm just asking, do you think that is acceptable, though? And I mean, in my view, at the moment, there are no routine meetings of the University of Dundee Court. There's nothing routine about Dundee University at the moment. So there has to be an onus on openness and transparency. And I think a meeting in June, not having publicly available minutes until October, doesn't meet that criteria.
I take the point, but as I'm not cited on quite what happened with the minutes, I don't feel I can say more. But I do take the point in general about transparency, and I'm happy to provide more information later on investigation.
Okay. Can I tell you, I found some interesting points from the minutes. I now know that the Welcome Week Sports Fair resulted in over 2,500 students attending the fair to see the facilities and to browse the sports on offer. I got that from the minutes. What I didn't get from the minutes was an update on the cash position, because the university claims the exemptions of Section 30, 33(1)(b) of the Freedom of Information Act, and you've reserved that information. I got no update on the financial statements, because you reserved that information, and I got no update on a number of other issues, including the Financial Recovery Plan procurement, student numbers update, blueprint updates and SFC indicative funding. All of these things are reserved business in these public minutes now. You're happy to tell us about 2,500 students looking at the sports facility, but you're not happy to make any of this information public. Should the University of Dundee not be far more transparent at the moment than that?
I am personally committed to transparency, and I won't give you a list of the things I've done to improve transparency because it's not relevant to the question you've asked. But I'm personally committed to that. I've improved transparency of the Senate, the Senate minutes and how they relate to court minutes. I chair Senate. I don't chair the court. I'm not trying to pass the buck here, but there's a necessary distance between me as the chief executive of a charity and the governing body, and I don't determine how it interacts with how the court interacts with the Freedom of Information Act. I understand the point you're making, and I'm committed to transparency and to openness.
So with
that's
that
really a matter for court, not for me.
But with that commitment as Principal and Vice Chancellor, will you commit to going away to discuss with the Chair of the Court about their meetings being more transparent?
I'm happy
could you commit to that?
I know the Chair of Court will wish to hear. He's not here, but indirectly from the committee, and I'm happy to go back to talk to him about that.
Okay. I do want to get to other members because I have taken too much time. I just want to ask Mr Hamill, you came into this job. What did you think about the very quick departure of your predecessor? Did that worry you?
As Professor Seaton has said, that's a matter that's with.
Have you received the same legal advice not to comment on this?
I have received internal legal advice, and it's something that I'm not able to comment on at this time. Okay.
Were you excited about joining the University of Dundee, given their financial challenges?
I think excited is probably the wrong word. I was very committed to doing all I can to help the University of Dundee come through this very difficult time, recognising the huge impact it's had on staff and students and the community and all stakeholders that are involved with the university. I was very mindful of the seriousness of the situation and extremely committed to do all I can to help.
Willie Rennie.
So I'd like to talk about the claims from some that the level of job losses is too severe, it's too high. And you seem to be using two indicators. The first is around the share of, or the staff cost share of total expenditure. And you're wanting to bring that closer to the university in Scotland's norm. And then the second one is the EBITDA rates, where you've been saying that they're too low for a long time, and you now want to take them up to 10%, which the UCU Dundee branch say is too severe. Can you set out why you think the 52% figure and the 10% figure are right, and the UCU are incorrect in their claims?
So if I could just couch that perhaps in another couple of comments before I address those particular points. The objective of the reducing the cost is so that, perhaps to state the obvious, is so that the cost of operating the university is less than the income. That's the fundamental thing. We can imagine cutting the cost in several ways. There are three basic headings. You can cut the cost in terms of capital investment. You can have less capital investment. You can spend less in cash on operational costs, heating, lighting, insurances, laboratory supplies and so on. Or you can cut the staff costs. Of those, the first one can't be cut because it's already non-existent. We've cut all capital expenditure except for a very small amount on health and safety. We've cut almost all we can. You can always imagine cutting a bit more. Operating expenditure, there's almost nothing to be cut. So regrettably, and I say this particularly because we're dealing, as Mr. Hamill said, our staff group have had a very rough time. And just to be clear what my view of this is, the staff of the university have been the victim of poor leadership and inadequate governance oversight. They didn't cause this, but they're going to help us get out of it. We can only get out of it with them, and some of the jobs that we have now will not be affordable in the future. It's a very difficult situation, very regrettable. On the point about the metrics we're using, we're not a slave to metrics about different performances. Performance of different universities. But it is true that a university like ours would typically have a proportion of income in staff costs in the low 50s, and ours is more than 60. And that supports the point that we think the staff costs will have to be reduced. We're not doctrinaire about aiming for a percentage. We're doctrinaire about getting the university to run well, and that's what we're going to use to guide us. On the cash generation, I might pass to Mr. Hamill. In fact, I will pass to Mr. Hamill. I can make a general comment. If you can take different views about the estate, and so that's the physical infrastructure and the digital infrastructure, which is also important for capital investment. But if you look at our campus as it is now, and you can see this in the accounts, and you can see it walking around campus, then the campus has been, broadly speaking, underinvested in for many years. I'm not suggesting that we're going to solve that radically overnight, but we're going to inevitably have a period in which there's been no capital investment over the last year. There will be, no matter how vigorously we lead the university's recovery, there will be no capital investment next year or the year after that. So we're making up for a deficit of a deficit in investment in the university's infrastructure. A figure of 10% is a very reasonable figure, we feel. I'll pass to Mr. Hamill in a moment. You could argue it's not high enough. You could argue it's a bit too high. But it's got to be a significant figure to allow us to regenerate our cash reserves and then to be in a position to borrow from banks. And I'll point out that we were talking earlier about the recovery plan. We were given two targets by the Funding Council, two instructions. One is to lead the university, to have a plan that lead the university to financial stability, to financial resilience. And the other one is to put ourselves in a position to borrow money from banks. And if we can't generate cash, we can't borrow money from banks. And there's a potential to borrow substantial sums from a bank or from banks if we're in a position where our financial position is secure. So those are two aspects to do with cash generation. But I'll now pass over to Mr. Hamill. I'm sure he'll give more concrete details.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rennie. If I may, I will just give a bit of background and go through the detailed question. So the first thing I expand upon is the very significant structural deficit that we are currently facing. So for this current academic year, this financial year, the university is forecasting to lose something in the order of £30 million. So for the money that we get in, our income, we will be spending £30 million more expenditure, and that's just unsustainable. Without further action to reduce our cost base, and indeed without further public money, that situation will go forward in perpetuity. Next financial year, the deficit will be slightly less. We're forecasting about £14 million. But that's not sustainable, and it will limit the choices that the university has going forward. I've also heard the arguments as to whether the 10% level of EBITDA is appropriate, should it be acceptable. To put that in context, that's roughly 1 month's working capital for the university. It's about £30 million of free cash flow will be generated each year. That's about 1 month's worth of what it costs to run the university. Each month it costs between £25 and £30 million to run the university. To give it a context around that, our pay run alone each month is about £15 million, so 1.5. So with that £25 to £30 million of free cash that we would generate at that level of 10% EBITDA, that gives us much more choices. That gives us a buffer of security that would protect the university from any adverse shocks that might hit it, perhaps a macroeconomic shock, perhaps a black swan event of the type that we've seen over the past 5 or 6 years. And of course, when the financial crisis happened this time last year, the university's cash reserves were so depleted it could not withstand it, and it had to ask for emergency funding. So we'd be protected from that sense, at least for a medium-sized economic shock. More importantly, though, if we can rebuild our cash balances over a period of 1, 2, 3, 5 years, even 10 years, we begin to be able to make decisions to reinvest in the things that matter to staff, to students, and to our stakeholders. At the minute, we have no money to reinvest. Our capital investment is simply limited to repairs of the most basic type, of health and safety, and of compliance. We have 2 major buildings that are out of action almost completely because of RAC issues, and we don't have the money to remediate the RAC. I think the most significant of those is the main DUSA building, the Students' Union, that's about 3/4 out of action. We also have some very large engineering labs, the only double-height ceiling engineering labs in the university that are completely unusable because they're not safe. And if you walk around our campus, you'll see that there's a legacy of underinvestment in the fabric of the estate. Whilst there are some good examples of buildings we've been able to develop over the past number of years, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on the estate to make it up to standard. The third issue, and I think it's an important one, and Professor Seaton mentioned it, is at that level of 10% EBITDA, we become an attractive proposition for commercial lenders. At the minute, we are not able to borrow. I have engaged with a number of banks in my time with the university, commercial banks, and they all tell me the same thing. They need to see evidence of financial sustainability. They need to see that we are clearly at a level of surplus each year, as defined by operating surplus or as defined by EBITDA, and that we can demonstrate that over probably 2 academic recruitment cycles. So the September intake that we've just completed, and probably next September intake as well. We have a strong balance sheet. We don't have any debt. We have a small amount of debt with the Funding Council, but we have no commercial loans at the minute, having cancelled the revolving credit facility in August. We have net assets of around £300 million. I feel that with a 10% EBITDA that we were delivering on a regular basis, we'd be a much more attractive lending proposition to the credit committee of a bank. And of course, what would we lend for? We would lend to reinvest back into the university, back into all those things that I mentioned of. Should it be 10%? Should it be 11%? Should it be 9%? Should it be 8%? There's a judgmental question there. I think for the reasons that I've explained, we set at 10%. I would say, though, that as with our university recovery plan that we submitted in August, it takes us 3 years to get to that point. This financial year, we won't be at that level. Next financial year will be slightly better, but it would be the 27-28 financial year before we'd be at that level. I appreciate that's quite a long-winded answer to your question, Mr Rennie, but I hope that's important context for the committee.
It's been very, very helpful to set that out. Is there a tension then between what the banks are telling you is required and what the SFC / the government said about the initial recovery plan bits that they weren't satisfied with? Is there a tension between those 2 groups, do you think?
Well, obviously, there have been separate conversations.
Yes.
That goes without saying. I think that in my discussions with the SFC and indeed government officials, where I've explained what I've explained to you, that's been well understood. And of course, I'm speaking, every week, a number of times, to the financial team at the SFC who are qualified accountants and they understand these matters. So I think they understand that to unlock commercial lending, no bank will go forward with unsecured lending or indeed even secured lending without a few basic things in place. So number one, we need to be able to evidence that we're financially sustainable. And we evidence that through delivery of sustained surplus, sustained EBITDA. Secondly, we would be able to demonstrate that our tuition intakes and our main sources of income are steady, and that we are delivering what we say we would there. So I think that's well understood. As to the tension around where the recovery plan got to at the end of August, Professor Seaton's already spoken to that, I think.
Okay. Life sciences. Actually, before I do life sciences, just what are the government getting for their 62 million?
Sure. May I respond to that? I think what they're getting is something. It's as we know through the various interactions of the people of the organisations involved, it's a tricky business to manage. But what they're getting is something very simple. They're getting the continued survival and then thriving of the University of Dundee, which is I would emphasise. I'm proud to be the principal of the University of Dundee. It's a wonderful university. It's been obviously badly led and badly governed, but it's a wonderful university doing great things for its students. It's an absolute cornerstone of life in the city of Dundee. To give a figure, it contributes. We had an analysis done. Apart from the employment of the university directly, it supports. It's estimated another 9,000 jobs across Scotland, mostly in Tayside, and contributes gross value added of about £1 billion a year. And it's an absolutely cornerstone of civic life and of society in the city of Dundee. So that's what is being bought for this. We will. It's deeply regrettable that we should have to ask for this money. We're very grateful to get it, but that's what's being paid for: the survival and then thriving of a great university.
Because the government originally thought they were getting a limitation of the job losses to 300, but it's now above that. And your predecessor, Shane O'Neill, indicated that was the agreement, but that seemed to change. So can you clear up that confusion about what the government expectation was for that money and why, if there was a misunderstanding?
I can do my best to do that. I came to the university. I was briefly in another role as temporary provost running the academic side of the university, and in that role I came into the very tail end of those interactions. I can see why that was understood. I think there was an incomplete interaction between the Scottish Government and the SFC on the one hand and the university. I don't think the university leadership team ever believed that it would be possible the then university leadership team, I should say, ever thought it would be possible to run the university without having further job losses. That would have imagined or assumed, I think, an absolutely infeasible and unimaginable turnaround in income for the university. That wasn't said, and I've looked over the correspondence and indeed the notes that were taken of various meetings. We never said that we expected there to be further redundancies. We never said that there would not be. And we left open the idea, without saying that we didn't think it was feasible, that the situation might turn around and that by generating more income, we might remove the need for any other job losses. I don't have deep insights as to why it went in that direction, and I don't want to say that it was necessarily simply a matter of the university not having communicated clearly enough. There's actually, I would say, surprisingly, the correspondence I've looked at all the correspondence, there's a surprisingly sparse set of correspondence about that. And I think there were assumptions made and points that are not made sufficiently clearly. So I don't think I've cleared up the confusion, but I think I'm giving you an account about how the confusion arose.
And do you think the government accepts what you say now on this, in terms of the fact that it needs to go beyond the 300?
I think so.
Okay. So
It's clearly a very uncomfortable thing for reasons that I understand, but I think they understand that. And actually, there are two approaches to this, only two. One is to reduce the cost because I do think income will rise, but it will never rise to the level to sustain the current level of expenditure, at least not in the foreseeable future. And that's what I believe to be true, and that's the basis of our strategy. And the other view is to say, well, let's not cut the cost because we think the income will come in and it won't be necessary. And I believe that not to be a reliable assumption. So that's where we are. And I just think that the evidence that's available in terms of additional income, primarily would have to come from international students. I think the evidence isn't there, and I think the Scottish Government appreciates or understands that.
because that's quite a change from what we've been told before, that the belief was there was a new source of income going to come over within the next 2 to 3 years that would prevent the need to go further in terms of job losses. But you're now saying you think the government now accepts that for the 62 million, it's going to be above 300, which is what they originally expected.
Yes, I think that's true, but with the caveat that I'm not sure that the university leadership team ever thought that it would be possible to do it without reducing the level of employment in the university further. I don't think they ever thought that was likely to happen. And I think that was the unexplored and slightly unsaid element of from the spring and the early summer.
Okay. Convener, do you want to come in? Yeah.
Just on this, what are you basing that answer to Mr Rennie on? Because if we come out of this meeting and ask in the Chamber, or journalists ask the Scottish Government, do you agree with Professor Seaton that job losses will have to be, that the Government accepts job losses will be higher than 300? What are you basing that on? Have you had that from government ministers, from civil servants?
In our discussion with, primarily in discussion with the Scottish Funding Council, and I may be going, it may be more accurate to say that the Scottish Funding Council accepts that jobs will further reduction in the workforce will have to take place. It might be worthwhile emphasising the 300. We had a voluntary severance scheme for which the hope was, and the target figure was 300 full-time equivalent staff. It didn't quite reach that. It was 245 in the end. But yes, I think it's understood that the financial forecasts clearly show that we either reduce the level of expenditure, which has to come primarily from staffing, or we're in a position where we imagine very unlikely, I would say infeasible amounts of additional money, or we decide that we remain a ward of the state for the foreseeable future. I don't think either. I don't think the last of those is acceptable to the Scottish Government. I don't think it's a viable future for the university. But
the Cabinet Secretary sat in that seat a little over an hour ago to say she was heavily involved personally with this. She's got a local connection being a Fife MSP. Have you had discussions directly with the Cabinet Secretary, the former or new Minister for Further and Higher Education and their officials about going above 300 job losses at Dundee University? I haven't spoken to the Cabinet Secretary since I'll have to check the date, but sometime in the middle of August. And I haven't spoken to the new Minister for Higher Education since he's been in post. Well, that in itself is quite revealing, because certainly the impression I was given by the Cabinet Secretary was she was all over this, and if she's not spoken to you since August and you've not had any discussion with the new Minister, that's concerning. But I just want to finish this point before I go back to Mr Rennie. If you believe the Government accept the job losses at Dundee University will be above 300, how far above 300? What do you think is the threshold for them saying no? I think that's a matter for them. We hope, as I said earlier, to get to receive the conditions of grant and confirmation of funding, and I'm confident we'll get their support. But it's a generous thing for the Scottish Government to support the future of the university, and they will have to take their own decision about what they wish to support. I'll go back to Mr Rennie, but I'm still unclear, and I think people watching this, worried about their job, will be unclear what level of discussion you're having with the Funding Council, the Government and the University about the number of potential job losses we could see at Dundee University. May I have one more go, please? Please, yeah. The recovery plan, which had numbers of job losses expected, was produced at a certain point in time to guide as information we were required to produce to the Funding Council. There are some things in there that
that are secure, that are to do with strategy and approach. One of those is the objective, which has become sustainable, and to maintain the broad range of teaching and research activities we do now. The other one is the point that we'll have to gain the reduction in cost primarily from staffing. We had figures for staffing in there. I do not want to produce a latest figure for staffing because we have to do further work based on the latest figures for forecast income, which are a bit different, not radically different, but a bit different. And it's also the case that in looking at job losses, it depends which the jobs are, what the salary level is and what the terms are and all of that. So we're going to do further work on that. And I don't want to, we're not in a position to say how many jobs we think will be lost. But it's important to be as clear as we can be. And if I could say that if you go back to the recovery plan and the figures that were given there, the financial situation of the university is similar to that. The number of jobs that were lost through voluntary severance is also similar, and the underlying strategy remains the same. So we don't know quite how many jobs will be lost, but it will clearly have to be substantial.
Willie Rennie.
But the strain has been felt, hasn't it? I mean, we hear reports about architecture students who are concerned about whether they're going to be able to achieve their qualification because of the lack of resourcing. We hear staff seeing losses of administration support and that putting intolerable pressure upon them, about cleaning services being cut back significantly. How are you measuring how these changes are being felt and whether they're therefore critical to the operation of the successful bits of the university, the success of the university? How do you measure that? Because I get a lot of complaints from people that you don't understand how those departments work and therefore you don't understand when they've gone too far.
So I can make two comments. First of all, I have said repeatedly to colleagues, I meet my colleagues at least every month at what we call a town hall meeting where I'll talk about anything. The colleagues have pointed that out. And I have said repeatedly that reductions in staffing should not lead to anybody having an impossible job. If people think they can't do the job to the standards being required by their manager and in the time available, they should let their manager know, and if they would like to, they should tell me. So it's absolutely central that people should not be asked the impossible. Everybody should have a right to a reasonable job. And so that's very clear to me. More concretely, we have a process for dealing with this. We were very careful during the voluntary severance scheme, during the operation of that scheme, to make sure that, as far as we could, that people didn't leave from jobs that were essential. People leave, of course, from time to time in the normal course of events. We have a process for making appointments to vacant jobs. We make many appointments to vacant jobs. We try not to because the university is in great financial difficulty. When we feel we have to, we do. You mentioned the architecture example. We've made appointments in architecture. It wasn't as quick as we should have done it. We've got quite a detailed process in which the operational unit, in this case, it's an academic post, so it's the academic school, will make a proposal. We interrogate that proposal quite carefully because every pound we spend is money that fundamentally we don't have. And so we spend it if we have to spend it. We try hard not to spend it. And if somebody said, well, it's a pity the process isn't quicker, reacts more quickly, then I think that's right. We're reviewing the process now to make it move more quickly, but the process is in place, and that's what we're using to manage the situation.
So you recognise that you have been too slow at appointments to make it tolerable?
We've been too slow. We've had a process that's been too slow and too cumbersome for people to use, and we're reviewing it. But I don't want to give the impression that there are appointments that could have been made 3 months ago, but there's been a 3-month process holding things up. It's not like that. It's a process that ought to take only a couple of weeks to be done. So we are trying to make it more efficient and quicker. But it's part of it, I think, is the difficulty of running a university in which there's a need to have a substantial reduction in cost, but nevertheless to make key appointments. I'm not saying we get it right all the time, but that's the principle. And none of the students will be unable to complete their programme because of staffing losses. We're committed to that.
Because I can feel the pain of those who are getting in contact with me. You know, when you're doing this job, you can sometimes differentiate between some people who really, really feel it and it's that they're at their wits' end, and that's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
So you understand that?
I absolutely understand it, and there's an uncomfortable timing question between the reorganisation of the university, which is planned and which the early stages are going through, and one of the reasons that's being done is to accommodate the voluntary severance departures we already had, but we recognise, particularly in some of the academic schools, we have 8 academic schools with their own support services, and those have become quite fragile in some cases. So I'm not surprised. It's regrettable, obviously. I regret it greatly, but I understand there will be some cases like that.
Can I do one more? Life sciences, is it too big with the level of cross-subsidy that's required for an institution as small as Dundee?
No, I don't think it is. And I think that an important point to make, it's a wonderful operation. It's world-leading. There's always a cross-subsidy to research activities, and there's a bigger cross-subsidy for activities that are more expensive, including science and engineering activities. The average recovery of universities, all British universities lose money on research. It's a structural question. We recover about 69% of the cost of doing research across the university, which is a very normal figure for a university. Life sciences recover 81%, which is an outstanding outcome for an operation that's substantially funded by charity funding. Charities are the least generous in the funding they give. They don't cover very much of the indirect costs of research. So it's a high-performing and financially efficient operation, and I think that what makes the cross-subsidy, which still exists, but makes it manageable.
Okay. Thank you, Convener.
Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning. If I can go back to questions that the Convener and Willie Rennie touched on, and that was in regards to the voluntary redundancy scheme. Can I ask how many folk applied for the voluntary redundancy scheme?
Do you have the
figures? Yeah, I have figures. Thank you for the question. So we had 420 individual applications. That equates to...
Sorry, Mr Hamlin, your microphone's...
Yeah,
just 1 second. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the question. We had 420 individual applications. That's an equivalent of 367 full-time equivalent staff.
Okay. And how many of those applications were accepted?
Thank you. So we had, of the 428 individual applications, 290 individuals were accepted. That's an equivalent of 245 FTE equivalent.
Okay, so that, sorry, I'm trying to do my maths very quickly. How many did you then reject?
Yeah, thank you. So 108 individuals were rejected, or 92 and a fraction FTE rejected.
Okay, and so in the total amount of folk who have been made redundant through the university, how many didn't apply for the voluntary redundancy scheme? Are there any?
May I reply to that, please? It's a voluntary severance scheme, so there are no redundancy pools. So it was a purely voluntary scheme, and nobody has been made redundant. Nobody's made redundant during certainly in recent periods in the university. It's simply been a voluntary severance scheme.
So voluntary only?
Voluntary only. Could I just say as a caveat that all universities have fixed-term appointments for staff on research contracts, and they leave at the end. And it's formally redundancy, and that happens all the time.
I wouldn't class a fixed term being a redundancy.
It isn't. Technically it is, but I just wanted to mention that. Yeah.
So the number of jobs gone has been 400. Well, no, that's people 428. You said 300. Sorry, Mr. Hamlin.
So on a full-time equivalent through the purely voluntary severance scheme, 245 FTE.
Okay. So in the amount of staff that you have got left, what are you doing to ensure that those folks' job loads just aren't unbearable and that they still are able to carry out their duties and jobs in a proper manner?
May I respond to that, please? We've given instructions to all the managers at all levels to have regard for, as I mentioned earlier, but this is a bit clear, a bit more direct, that to make sure that everybody has a job that's doable, and if they have difficulties, they should escalate it up the management chain. And indeed, this happens, and this often leads to a request for appointments to be made. And we do make appointments where we judge it necessary.
So how do you ensure that that actually happens? Because, you know, if the instruction goes out, but it's not, and I'm not trying to say that you're alone in this, but sometimes that instruction is not maybe adhered to the letter. So how do you ensure that no person is put under undue stress and workload?
We work with the management team to try to ensure that, but in an organisation in which people are behaving in a human way and sometimes don't like to complain, and sometimes people are busy and don't perhaps attend to things in the way that in the way that they would wish. I think there might be some people who are labouring under loads and not feeling they ought not to complain. In the university, it's in difficulty. That's imaginable. But I can only repeat that we're doing what we can through the management line. And I'm mentioning, and to say also that in my conversations with staff, I'm very open. I've said on many occasions I'm happy to speak to staff. I speak to staff quite often if they have concerns. And I say I have a town hall meeting, as we call it, with staff every month. About 1,000 people participate. This is a university with about 3,000 staff. 1,000 out of 3,000 is a lot. People are busy and do other things. And some people might not want to hear from me, but that's quite a big participation. And I always emphasise the need for people to have a manageable job, and say that if you haven't got a manageable job, you should tell your manager. And if you don't feel you're getting anywhere, or even if you do feel you're getting somewhere, then tell me. And people sometimes do.
Okay. And my last question, Convener, if you don't mind. We received an email yesterday saying that since this time last year, 500 jobs have gone in the university, whether that's through job freezes or redundancies or voluntary. Would you support that, or would you say that's not factually correct? Or
it's not factually correct. The actual figure in net terms is 275. And that takes into account, as I mentioned, that some posts
275, sorry.
275. And that takes into account the fact that some posts are filled where they're regarded as essential. A caveat to that, or footnote, is that some of the people who have taken voluntary severance, most of them left at the end of last month, but some didn't, where it was thought suitable for them to carry on in order to help with the transition. So there's some other people we know will leave because they've taken a voluntary severance package and they haven't quite left.
Yeah, and sorry, I should have maybe added in, you know, folk will have resigned to go on to other jobs. That's including them.
That's everything, and it's in net terms. So people have left, and then some other people have been appointed.
So you're saying 275
is the correct figure.
That is the total amount of jobs or people.
That's jobs, taking into account or it's the net flow of people, taking into account that people will leave, and then other people, a smaller number of people will be appointed. We try to, as I said, avoid that because of the financial situation, but sometimes we appoint people to essential jobs. But the overall effect, the people leaving for whatever reason, and then some people coming, the overall difference is 275, not 500 or so.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there. I might come back later, though, if that's okay.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning.
Morning.
And I was checking the time, it still is morning. Thank you for responding to the questions you've had so far. And I was going to ask some questions about the numbers of redundancies, but if I'm honest, I think we've covered a fair bit of that. But suffice to say, there are people who work in the community in Dundee, including in the university, who are really deeply worried, stressed. Some of the language that has been put to us from staff and staff and people in the community is they feel like things are in managed decline, that the university is on a bit of a suicide mission. They're asking how on earth things can continue with such a reduction. So, and I know that you recognise the gravity of this, or I hope that you recognise the gravity of this, but I just wanted to put that to you. on the point about the managed decline, so it's been put to us that the way that things are happening and the scale of the job loss is managed decline, not recovery. What's your response to that?
By the time we've reduced, well, first of all, could I say I recognise everything you're saying about the stress and the reactions by staff. When I first came into the university, actually for discussion with the previous principal, and then came in my earlier interim role, it was a university, clearly it was traumatised. People were traumatised, you could see that in people's faces, and that's still the case. We just completed a listening exercise which we've asked about people's experiences, and it's a difficult, I would say, harrowing read to see what the impact's been on individuals, so I recognise all of that. We're confident we can operate the university with a reduced staffing level, in part, as I mentioned earlier, that we're not overly focused on metrics. We're not going to aim for a certain percentage of staff expenditure out of the total income or anything like that. But we know that other universities that are like us, similar size, similar sorts of subjects, similar kinds of research, can operate effectively on the kind of income that we have, and that they do that by having fewer staff. We're working our way through quite how to do that, but I'm confident that we can do it. We're not on a suicide mission. We will return the university to financial health, and we'll continue to do great things for our staff, for our students, and for our staff. The staff have, of course, been very badly treated over the previous period because they've been, as I said earlier, the victims of what's happened. But we're doing what we can to support them, and we're a great university in the way the research contribution, the way it supports students. So we will do that. The point you made about managed decline, and I don't want to talk particularly about the higher education sector in general, but the funding situation is relevant. We've already talked about the cost subsidy of research, and that's done from income on received from teaching. The fund from the Scottish Government for Scottish students or students resident in Scotland and for international student fees, and some fees from the other parts of the UK. Most of our students are Scottish. The funding we get from the Scottish Government has dropped in real terms by nearly 40%, the funding for teaching, by nearly 40% since 2014. This has mostly, not always, been quite gradual, and that has an effect. And so the ability that we have, we need to invest more in our future, but that's constrained. We're a substantially publicly funded university with a strong sense of public mission, and that has an effect on what can be done. So, if the point is that is the Scottish university sector in general in robust health, it is not. We see that around the place, and we're not isolated from that. I don't think it will feel like a university in decline, but I think when we get out of this, it'll feel like a university that's really quite constrained financially if the public funding situation continues.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and you'll know that committee members are aware and share concerns about the funding model and the way in which the universities are facing serious financial concerns. So I want to acknowledge that, and I recognise that is, of course, part of this. One of the things that you said in response to my question was that your other universities are managing to deliver services and efficiently, and that things are okay with fewer staff. Can I ask then, for example, in some of the restructures, including around professional services and their realignment, what equality impact assessment did you do in order to determine the broader context and impact of some of the decisions?
The equality impact assessments are done at the right time, which is when there's something concrete to assess. So we don't assess the idea that the university should be organised to be more efficient. That's not concrete enough. But when we've doing, for example, we've got a consultation now, just begun with the trade unions on it's to do with the integration of professional services, and we carried out an equality affecting primarily certain roles in what are now the schools will become the faculties, and we carried out equality impact assessment of that. We carried out equality impact assessment of the voluntary severance scheme. So we do that. We do it when the time comes, when there's enough concrete information available.
I appreciate that. However, there's little more concrete than people losing their jobs, and obviously it's important that people understand if there is an equalities angle to that.
Yes.
And when consultation is happening, including with the trade unions, about some decisions, that kind of information seems pretty concrete and material to their decision-making, is it not?
Yes.
So when is the appropriate time to do that then? And why not during the consultation process rather than after the fact?
I am happy to go back and check and provide information if what I say is not completely accurate, but my understanding that it is done at that time.
Okay.
In other words, if there's a consultation with the trade union, it will be done during the consultation period.
Okay. On student services and the changes that you've made around that, it's been suggested to us that the restructure has been done with no consultation, which is concerning given the number of people involved, and particularly the equality impact of that as well. What's your response to that?
We haven't carried out a restructuring of student services at the moment.
At all? So that's because
well,
that's not.
I think restructuring is a word that can mean different things under different circumstances. But we've had voluntary set. There's been no organisational change, or at least no major organisational change to do with the professional services in general.
And student services.
I'm not aware of. There have been some realignments of reporting lines. That's been integrated with. The provision of library services. I'm not completely, not on top of absolutely all the detail there. There's been a change of reporting line. There hasn't been a reduction of staff, except that we've accepted across the university some cases in voluntary severance. I imagine because there were more than 200, as we've heard, more than 200 cases accepted. I imagine some of those would have been in student support. But we haven't carried out a restructuring, except I think for a change in line of reporting of student services. But there hasn't been anything further in terms of restructuring that I'm aware of.
The other thing that's been put to us is that the restructuring of the university into faculties was the decision to do that was done without the agreement of Senate and without discussion and agreement of with the campus trade unions and the student association representatives. Is that a fair representation of what happened?
Yes, it is. But if I could perhaps say that it's the responsibility of the university court to decide on organisational changes, and of the executive group, which I lead, to propose it. We had 3 separate discussions at Senate with extensive consultation with senators. We indeed changed the proposal after consultation with Senate. I discussed it at several town hall meetings. The unions were informed, and the university court, which in that sense is that's the Senate, of course, is the academic governing body, but the senior governing body is the corporate governing body, which is court, and court decides that. So we did not ask. We asked. This began, I should say, in, I think, March, well before I came to the university. But in my time, we had a discussion with Senate, and I asked for their views on it. And I was clear that Senate was not being asked to agree it, because it's not a matter for Senate to agree it, it's a matter of court to agree it. And court did approve it.
OK, I'll come back to that in a second. Yeah. You also said there that trade unions were told.
Yeah.
Should there not be engagement with trade unions as opposed to instruction to?
As opposed to what?
Instruction to or telling them something. Surely there should be a more
we engage with the trade unions routinely, and we engage with them on this, and perhaps engage would be a better word than told. But I would emphasise that it wasn't a matter for formal consultation, because there was because in the creation of the faculties, it was an organisation, a wide organisational change to create a better academic. A more suitable academic structure, to get better academic synergy, and to improve actually the representation of senior academic leaders at the university's executive group, which it will do. And when it became clear, which it did later, but not at the time, that there was a small number of jobs that we thought would be at risk, we began a consultation on that.
Do you not think, though, that in order to make the changes to the academic structure that you've just described, which was how you described it just now, that you need to speak to some of the academics and you need to speak to some of the staff, and that in doing that through trade unions, you might have perhaps gathered some perspectives you hadn't thought about? Or
there was extensive discussion at Senate. Senators are elected in our university. They can be done differently in different universities, but in our university they're elected by school. And so the senators from those schools went back and consulted their colleagues. A member of the executive group went round and talked to the colleagues in the schools. There was a lot of discussion at the on several of the town halls that I led. There were abundant opportunities over many months for people to say what they thought about it. We consulted on the idea of creating the faculties, and then later we consulted, having settled on the idea of creating them and decided to do it, we consulted extensively on the question of how to implement it and get advice from implementation. And indeed, we're still consulting on questions of implementation. We've got a questionnaire going out to colleagues in which they're being invited to give their thoughts on how we can best do it, about any risks they see, asking them whether, although it looks like they'll be in such and such a faculty, would they feel happy in another faculty? What about their research group? Where should that sit? So there's extensive consultation. But I turn to the point that, if I may, that what you started with, that this is not a matter for the University Senate to decide. It's the matter of the university leadership team is charged with the efficient and effective running of the university under the guidance of court, and that's how we handled the decision.
So it's also been put to us that in that decision, that when it was discussed at the Senate, the conclusion from every school was between, and I'm quoting what's been shared, was between sceptical to hostile to the idea.
I wasn't working at the university when these first discussions were taking place, and I'm not sure which meeting that would refer to, but my impression from my chairing it, I accept that as a chair you might not have the deepest insights to what everybody's thinking at that time, but that there was very varied viewpoints, actually, but there was quite a lot of support for it. But we asked for views to shape the decision, and now to shape the implementation of it. We didn't have a vote at Senate about whether we should do it.
Okay. The government officials put to us that the role of the recovery plan wasn't just to kind of make numbers add up. They also said specifically that it should have buy-in. The plan should have buy-in from the university community, staff and students. Given some of the concerns I've raised with you and some of the concerns we've raised from students and staff and trade unions and some others, do you think you've got that buy-in?
We've got buy-in to elements of it, and I perhaps would refer to my earlier comment about how the plan was produced. Some elements of the plan had already been in place for some time, for example, on student learning and on research, and those were strategies that have been consulted on. We've already discussed the consultation that's taken place and will continue to take place in different ways on the reorganisation. There'll be consultation on reduction of the workforce when the time comes. We don't have concrete plans for that. We had the recovery plan we were required by the Funding Council to submit was an indication of, it's still a good indication of our strategy, and it was an indication of how we saw things then. We'll be doing further work on that, and we will have extensive consultation with the trade unions when we come to that. So I was thinking about this before I came to the meeting. There are some aspects we haven't consulted on and don't have plans to consult on. Property disposals is one. Disposal of intellectual property is one. I think, and indeed the strategy is one, because the strategy of reducing costs in order to make ourselves sustainable is, I think, what was required by the SFC's requirements in producing the plan. And as I said, we don't think that delaying and hoping for lots more income to arrive is desirable. But except for one or two things, I think almost everything in the plan either has been consulted on, in some cases some time ago, is being consulted on, will be consulted on.
Okay, finally, Professor Seaton, thank you for setting that out. I think it's fair to say that what has been presented to us is that there is some disquiet, particularly in the processes and in the consultation and the engagement mechanisms, which of course are part of what the Gillish report has picked up in terms of communication and lines of communication. I'm not getting a huge amount of I'm prepared to talk, I want to hear from, I'd like to engage. Could you provide any reassurance on the record just now that for anyone who is concerned about the lack of engagement, that you are open to good ideas, that you are open to their engagement, and that in particular you value the role that trade unions and the staff in your institution have in this process?
I'm very happy to do that. I'm pleased to be asked that, actually. the Gillis report, I imagine we'll talk more about the Gillis report later on in this meeting perhaps. It was very stark about what the failures were, and the big element of it was lack of openness, lack of transparency. And I think the university has had a culture of, I'm not going to speak at great length about the past, but not of openness, of clearly not being open about what was going on. And I'm committed. I think I can demonstrate in what I've done so far. I've been open in communication with the staff. I've had these monthly town hall meetings. Most universities might have had a couple a year. I have every month. Mr. Hamill has given a presentation on university finances, which he will repeat probably a couple more times this academic year. We are, and I mentioned the listing exercise. We're about to begin a consultation on a vision for the university, which will be a preliminary to the creation of a new strategic plan, which will be ultimately completed by the new leadership team. We're beginning that. We have fortnightly trade union meetings, including frequent updates on the finances. We are told by the trade unions they would like more information. We will provide anything to the trade unions they ask for, or provide anything to the staff that they ask for, with the usual exceptions that anything that might improperly refer to a person or to commercially sensitive things we would not, but otherwise we will. So I think we're being very open. I hope the change of gear in my leadership is clear, but I'm very open to other suggestions about how we should interact with colleagues, how we should engage with them. Finally, just to mention, I'm also very eager to engage with and do engage with local MSPs, some of whom are here. And we've got a meeting scheduled for early next month at the request of one of the MSPs I'm going along to talk to the trade unions and the MSPs together to talk about the future of the university. I'm very happy to do that. So I don't say we always get it right, but my objective is openness, and I'm open to suggestions to do better in future.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you, Convener.
John Mason.
Wrong microphone. Thanks very much. Thanks, Convener. Good. Thanks for all your input so far. Can I ask Mr Hamill especially, perhaps to start with, audited accounts, where are we with that? I've looked on the website and I'm not seeing anything after July 23.
Thank you for the question. I'll begin by discussing the 23-24 accounts. So that's for the year end 31st of July 2024. As the committee will be aware, those accounts were not completed, signed or filed because of the financial crisis. We've been working closely with our independent external auditors. We have targeted December/January, December 25, January 26 to complete that process. But there's an important set of caveats I'd like to give the committee. Clearly, for the independent auditors to be able to provide their audit opinion, they need to be able to assess a going concern for the university. And as we sit here at the minute, without the additional sums of money from the Scottish Funding Council, namely the additional £20 million this academic year and a further £20 million next academic year, and without the steps to reduce cost in the University Recovery Plan, it's not likely that the independent external auditor would be able to make that assessment. Now, it's absolutely our intention, and as Professor Seaton has said, we are awaiting the conditions of grant from the Funding Council that would essentially unlock those additional sums of money for us for the next 2 years. And it is our intention to proceed with the significant cost savings that we've outlined within the recovery plan, so the university can be financially sustainable and so that our independent auditors would be in a position to assess going concern and ultimately give that going concern assessment.
I mean, could they not just say it's not a going concern and get the accounts out in public?
So I think there's a very significant risk with that. If we were to be formally assessed a going concern by an independent auditor, they would qualify the accounts quite significantly. That would significantly restrict our ability to enter into contracts for goods, services to run the university.
I mean, does everybody not know that you can't survive without public support? I mean, we know it. The students, the staff all know it. What's the problem with printing it?
So, as I said, I think were we to wish to contract for any goods, services to run the university with any suppliers, our research funders would take issue with that. Charitable donors would have issue with that.
Surely they know that already.
So, I think you're right. I think you're right. But having it formally assessed is a different matter. So that all I can say is that would be a significant risk to take for the institution, and I would not advise it.
Okay, so we're a bit uncertain about 24 accounts. What about 25 accounts?
Yeah, so 24-25, that audit work is underway. So that's for the year just finished, 31st of July 2025. Again, working with our independent external auditors, we have targeted end of March, start of April 2026 to conclude that process. The same caveat applies around the going concern assessment, but that would simply follow on from the work that would happen at the end of this year.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. I mean, what about management accounts? I take it they're being produced monthly or whatever. Who gets to see the management accounts, and can we see them?
Thank you. So, yes, the management accounts are produced monthly, as you would expect. They're shared internally with the university committees, all the way up through to the Committee of Court, so Finance and Policy Committee, most recently Audit and Risk Committee, and indeed the University Court. We also share those on a regular basis with trade unions, and indeed at the minute with any other party that is looking to have them. We share them with the Funding Council. I've shared them with certain commercial partners, other university stakeholders, and I would see no reason not to share them with this committee if you wish to receive them.
I don't know what the convener thinks, but I'd quite like to see anything that we could have. That would be great. And I mean, also, given that if there was draft accounts for 24 or 25 that we could see, I mean, I basically would like to see quite a lot, but some of us, I'm more interested in the accounts perhaps than other colleagues are. Now, you mentioned the two committees that I was going to ask you about. So are they meeting regularly? Is it the Audit and Risk Committee, I think, and then there's also a Finance and Policy Committee. Do they meet more often these days because you've had financial problems?
That's right. So as I understand it, the Audit and Risk Committee has met monthly since March. I may need just to go back and check that exact date, but we can write back to you with that specifics. Certainly since my time in the university, it's met monthly. The Finance and Policy Committee has unfortunately not had a chair until recently, so its October meeting is the first meeting, I think, since June. But again, we can check that precise date and come back to you in writing.
Okay. Now, it had been suggested, I think, under the previous regime that financial information didn't go to either court members or these committees far enough in advance for people to really consider them and ask questions about them. Has that changed?
And certainly in my time here, at all the committees I've been to, I think that we've held to issuing financial updates and financial information in a timely way. Obviously, we can always do better. I think the earlier we can give it to committees, the better.
I mean, for example, we get our papers here 5 days before the committee. Would that be similar at university?
We do our best to do that. I'd have to check specifics, but broadly speaking, I think we're aware of the need to provide information as far in advance as possible to give, particularly financial information where it may require extra scrutiny.
Okay, well, fair enough. That's helpful. Thank you very much. I mean, some of my colleagues have asked previously, but is there enough consultation going on and all of this kind of thing? Maybe this is more for yourself, Professor Seaton. I mean, compared to the private sector, it's an incredibly lengthy process. There's a huge amount of consultation and negotiation and all the rest of it going on. I mean, in the private sector, there'd be, somebody would come in, make decisions, make people redundant. I'm not suggesting I support that. But, why is it the universities are so slow? I mean, I think you were at Edinburgh before, Mr. Hamill. Edinburgh did seem to jump quicker at redundancies and saved themselves getting into a big problem. Is it because you're so dependent on SFC that everything's just taking so long? Professor Seaton?
Yes. I think several factors. One is that universities, we're, I suppose, a medium-sized business with 300 million turnover, but universities are very, very complex for their economic size. Very wide range of programs, very complex support services. I think that slows things down a bit. We have, I would say, hold ourselves to high standards in terms of consultation and in terms of process. So I think that perhaps is a bit different from some other areas of the economy. But I think there's, I'll try to make this answer too long, but I think if we make a general comment about universities, there's some of the changes the university might make to particular subject areas, for example, are quite difficult to reverse. So there's a tendency to try to avoid those changes unless one's absolutely certain. And in our situation, we're not clear about what the future scope of the university will be. So we're aiming at the moment to maintain all the activities. These are perhaps the differences, say, from the private sector. And I think also, but I think I want to say this at some point, but I think we mentioned the shock and the trauma of colleagues who have been affected by this at the university. But I think there's, if not trauma, there's a wider shock around and a feeling that it took a while to work out quite how to deal with it. And I think that probably applies to the Scottish Government and the Scottish Funding Council as well, as we find our way through an unfamiliar situation. And there's perhaps a distinction between the formal authority and the moral authority. The university is an autonomous institution. It's a matter for us how we manage the staffing of the university. But I think in a situation in which we clearly required support from the community actually as well as from the Scottish Government, I think that it took us some time to work out quite how we could best address it. So it might not be quite to the speed of movement of private sector, but I think we've got momentum now and we're dealing with it.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you're both, I don't want to be too personal about this, but you're both acting or interim positions. I mean, can you tell us anything about why that is the case and why we haven't, I mean, do neither of you want to be the permanent appointment? Or is it felt that you two are there to kind of really rescue things and then somebody else comes in to take it forward?
This might be one of those questions we should both answer, I think, but could I begin? I think talked about differences between other parts of the economy and university. I think there's actually a point of similarity, that actually if there's a crisis, there's an urgent need to get somebody in post. It takes, and to people who have not worked in universities might seem like an odd thing to say, but it takes nearly a year to appoint a university principal. It's a complex process we talked about Senate, involving Senate and Court. And in our case, because we don't have a chair, we have an acting chair of court, and that's constrained by the Higher Education Governance Act of 2016. And so at the moment, we have to get a chair of court in, to get appointed chair of court, before it's at least good practice to do that before appointing a principal. So I think it's in part a sense of urgency. And at one time, almost everyone in the senior team was interim. It's now changing quite a lot. We've got the three vice principals with responsibility for functional areas, so research, teaching and learning and so on, are all in permanent contracts. We'll be appointing 4 more vice principals in the reorganisation. They'll be on permanent contracts. We're in the process now of recruiting a director of people, an HR director, which will be a permanent contract, and indeed a university secretary on a permanent contract. So we're in a transition, but I'm pretty sure I will be the last one to go, because it takes a long time to appoint a university principal. I think the earliest date at which a principal could be appointed, taking into account the need to elect actually a chair of court, is probably the early autumn of next year. So I will probably be the last man standing of the interim.
I certainly think we need a bit of stability. There's been a lot of change. Mr. Hamill, do you want to comment?
Thank you for the question. I mean, all I'd say is that at the minute I'm fully committed to doing all I can to help Dundee University recover. That's my absolute focus. I don't think whether or not I've got an interim in front of my title makes a difference to that mission, and that's what I'm here to do, and very pleased to be working with Professor Seaton and the senior team to achieve that.
Okay, and a final question. I mean, assuming we get an agreement, you get an agreement with SFC, are you confident you will not be coming back to ask for more money?
Yes.
Okay. Convener.
It's quite an interesting answer on that one. Just go back to a couple of points from John Mason. You said it's required to have a permanent chair before you advertise for a principal, but then you said it's good guidance, so it's not required.
No, it's not required.
Surely in a situation like Dundee, given how long we all on this committee, and you have explained, understand how long it's going to take, surely in these exceptional circumstances you get on with the job of advertising and starting to recruit. Because my issue is, if you get your recovery plan through, you might be the last man standing of the interim team, but you are going. There is an end in sight. The future of Dundee University will be moulded by Nigel Seaton in his interim role, but will be then handed over to someone else. Surely we want to get someone else in to be able to mould the future themselves.
That point's been discussed on several occasions in the university. We began the process, and yes, to admit that what I said the first time wasn't right, is not required. I think it is good practice, it's not required. We've been in the process of electing a chair of court since late May, and the first time that we're required to advertise it and then to have an election. And for election, you have to have 2 candidates. And by the time candidates had withdrawn, we didn't have 2 candidates, so we're going round again. And we've had exactly this discussion, and the arguments are exactly as you're putting them. I've been actually, a long time ago, an unsuccessful candidate to get a job as a university vice-chancellor. I didn't get the job, and there was a transition in the middle as the appointment process was going on between chairs, and it can work. I think in a university organisation under stress, there's the argument that you're making exactly, that we should move quickly. There's also an argument that you want to have continuity of leadership of the university court. At the moment, we're expecting to run an election in early November. Forgive me, I don't have the actual date, but in early November. And I think if we do that, we'll get a chair of court in post well before Christmas, and then we can begin the process of making the appointment to the new principal. We're already making contact with search agencies, so there's some preliminary work being done. But there's a very good argument that this was not the right thing to do, that we should have done exactly what you're describing. I think it's a finely balanced argument, and we are where we are, but it's a good point that you're making.
Okay. The other points Mr Mason was raising with Mr Hamill were about these committees. Are the court and the committees working effectively?
I don't attend court as a member. I sometimes come to court where there's financial matters. I think I could speak about the Audit and Risk Committee and the Finance and Policy Committee, because I attend those. And in both those committees that have run recently, Audit and Risk Committee monthly in August, September and October, and Finance and Policy Committee
I'm not looking
October.
so much at dates. I'm just, because if we'd had your predecessors, not immediate predecessors, but others in 2 years ago, they'd have told us, yep, we've got an Audit and Risk Committee, we've got a Finance and Policy Committee, we've got the court, everything's fine. What we found out from Gillies and from other investigations is they may have met, but they weren't doing their job. So I'm trying to get to, not so much are they meeting, have they got papers, are they doing the job?
Yes, thank you. Convener.
Yes, they are, or?
Thank you, Convener. So I'm giving the dates to give the context of the meetings I've been at.
Okay.
So 3 thus far for the committee and 1 for Finance and Policy Committee. So based on that sample size and based on the agendas and the focus on the very serious finance matters at hand for the university, I can say that, in my opinion, there is scrutiny of these very serious finance matters, and the financial information and some of the questions that you have asked this committee today have been asked by those committees. So in my opinion, I would say yes to your question. Okay,
then, and I'll come to Professor Seaton in a minute about the court. Why then do we have a finance committee of an institution that is in financial distress that is not meeting because it doesn't have a chair?
Shall I respond to that, if I may? The University Court had... This report pointed out many problems with governance, and those are being addressed. I'd be happy to talk a bit more about that if asked. One of the challenges we've had is that the University Court's been very depleted in terms of its members. So we were, until now actually, we just appointed 6 more lay members, that is to say members coming from outside the university, and we're in the process of electing a chair. but we've had very depleted population in the court, and it wasn't found possible to find somebody who was willing to be chair of the Finance and Policy Committee. It's a great pity, but it is.
So in these committees, which are crucial, and they failed previously, there is no acting role, deputy role. I mean, if I got knocked down by a bus walking in here today, Jackie Dunbar would have very admirably stepped in as deputy convener. Why? And she may want to do that many times. Why, if the Finance Committee is so important, it can't even meet? I find that astonishing.
So may I say, so I will not dodge the question. I will emphasise that this is a matter for court, not for me, but I'll give you my opinion. These committees are preparatory committees for court. What's important is that the court's business is done. The court's business includes the business of the committees. So what's happened in the meantime is all the business that would have gone to the Finance Committee is being taken directly to court. So I don't have any doubt that the business of Finance Committee is being done in, one could say, an inefficient way, because the reason for these court committees existing is that you have a specialist focus, they do the work, and court doesn't have to do everything. But all the work of, as I see it from my perspective as principal, all the work that would be done by the Finance and Policy Committee is being done by the university's governance structure, but it's being done directly by court. That is, of course, not the way it should be, but in governance terms, it seems to me it's an acceptable way of doing it.
I take a completely different view, because having looked at your minutes, I can't tell you, because you reserve all that information. And secondly, I'm still quite concerned that finance reports were being withdrawn, but I don't want to go over that again. But how do we get into a situation where, well, to go back to the court then, because the Cabinet Secretary said earlier that she's got concerns about members and such like. Did the chair of the court, interim chair of the court, ask to come along today? Did you think it might have been quite useful? Because a lot you've deflected onto the court, because you speak as Vice-Chancellor in principle. Why not ask? Because I was very clear in my invitation to you to take whoever you needed and wanted. Why only take an interim finance director and not the interim chair of the court?
I think I took a particular. We didn't have any prescription about quite the detail of the discussion, and I judged that Mr. Hamill would be the right person to bring. I could have decided to invite the chair of court, but I didn't. I don't have a. And
did he ask to be considered?
He didn't. I mentioned him. We'd been invited. I said I was inviting Mr. Hamill, and he said he thought that was the right thing to do. It wasn't suggested by the clerk that I should have. I'm not saying
no, and I don't think it's on us. You know, we asked you on a wide-ranging.
I think it's as I see it, it's a simple thing. I was asked who I wished to bring. I brought Mr. Hamill, and I could have asked for other people to come, but I did not.
Do you accept today quite a lot of it has been about the court, which you?
As it turns out, and I'm happy to. I'm sure if he were asked to come on a separate occasion. That Mr. Mayor will be happy to come, and we will give all the answers that we need to give separately. And I apologise if it was unhelpful. I didn't choose to bring the right people, but it was simply a judgment of mine. It was no conversation with Mr. Mayor that said, "Well, I don't really want to go," or anything like that. It was simply my judgment. It might not have been the most helpful judgment. It was my judgment.
I didn't expect he would say he didn't want to go. I was just wondering if he said he did want to go, and he
no.
Didn't
I mean,
it's good to get that clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miles Briggs.
Joining us today. I wanted to go back to what you were talking about earlier, Mr. Hamill, in relation to the EBITDA and a conversation around that. I think you pointed towards, and I wondered what the rationale for that was and why it's been set at 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. So the 10% is judgmental. We could obviously argue whether it should be 11, 12, 5, 6. In our view, and in discussion with colleagues, there's three reasons. So number one is that a 10% EBITDA would deliver roughly £30 million a year of free cash for the university to reinvest in itself. So we're not a private company, as you know, we're a charity. We can choose to put all that money back into the projects and the facilities that staff and students and our communities care about. And when you walk around our estate, you can see the impact of many years of underinvestment in the fabric of the estate, but also things like our digital estate, our equipment in our laboratories, and other capital expenditure. So it gives us that ability to reinvest in ourselves that we just don't have at the minute, and we have not had for several years. Secondly, it provides a buffer for the unexpected. And as we've seen in recent years, with macroeconomic events that have affected the country, and of course universities are part of that, whether it's high inflation, whether it's war in Ukraine, whether it's COVID, I think it's very prudent to plan for the future where we will expect to see shocks like that. And if we have been able to build up our cash reserves over a period of years, we're more likely to be able to withstand those shocks. And then finally, and I know this is something that we've spoken about before, but it's a gateway to accessing commercial lending. And if we really want to make a difference to repay the past underinvestment in our physical estate, our digital infrastructure and our equipment, and to provide better services for staff and students, commercial lending is a big part of that. So 10% is delivering roughly £30 million, which is equivalent to one month's operating capital. And in discussions with banks, it's been felt that, amongst other things that I mentioned before, would make us a far more attractive proposition to potential lenders.
And do you think it's realistic, is my next question? Because if you look at Dundee University over the last 10 years, it's been between 3 and 4%. Edinburgh University set theirs at 7 to 9%. Their accounts for 23-24 suggest they came in at 5.8%. So I'm worried that this is setting up the university again to commercial lenders to not look like an attractive option by setting that at 10%. I know UCU suggested 4% in some of their conversations. And so just wondered, this 10% seems incredibly high and unrealistic if we're talking about an average of 3 to 4% over the last decade.
Yes, so you are right, and I've gone back and looked through Dundee's audited accounts, and it is quite spiky. There are some cases where I think they got to 7% EBITDA. I would say that, you know, by focusing on the past, Dundee's not going to have a sustainable financial future. And our recovery plan that we submitted in August, that's been reviewed by Funding Council's finance team, it's been reviewed by Deloitte now as well. We've obviously produced it and reviewed it. If we are able to make the changes in the cost base, and provided there are no unexpected shocks anywhere else that everyone has to deal with, I can see no reason why we would not meet that 10% threshold. Bearing in mind what I said earlier, it's a 3-year journey to get there. It's not something that we do immediately. Now, clearly, if we're on that course and things change, we can correct that. It may be that we feel we could achieve more. It may be that it would be less. But I can see no reason why we wouldn't achieve it. But that's very much focusing on the future rather than focusing on the past.
And your conversations, you said you were relying quite heavily on SFC and Scottish ministers. Have they inputted to this? Because, you know, the proposal put by UCU suggested a 4% target would remove an additional 18 million of staff cuts, equivalent of 300 jobs.
So we share all our financial information with the Funding Council, and more recently with Deloitte. So they've assessed that. And I would say is Deloitte's work was to assess our cash flows. Now, I go back to what I said. If another stakeholder wants to put forward a lower target EBITDA, in this case, as you say, it's 4%, what that does is that reduces our ability to withstand any toxic shocks. It reduces our ability to be able to invest in the fabric of our estate and in the projects and in the propositions that are important to students and staff and our community. And it makes us a far, far less viable lending proposition for commercial lenders.
Yep.
I might contribute as well. Thank you. Just a couple of points. One, to emphasise that the figure that we, of course, the point that you made of 3 or 4% of EBITDA historically over the last decade and more actually in the university, you can see that when we walk around campus. We have a combined heat and power plant which is actually on it's working. We're keeping it going, but it should have been replaced already. Just to give a figure of the kind of quantum involved, there's a single, very important, but single full height engineering lab, and to get that operational now, it can't be used because of that concrete. That's 20 million. That's 2/3 of 1 year's cash generation. That's one laboratory in one building. And we won't be able to position, even on this scheme, this plan, we won't be in a position to do that of our own accord until towards the end of this decade. So you can argue that it should be lower, you can argue that it should be higher, but you can see the effect of a decade or more of 3 or 4% cash generation when you walk around the campus. And it's that we could deliver a great student experience. What we're trying to do is to protect that into the future, and to do that, we need to invest. As Mr. Hamill says, you could argue it should be a bit higher, a bit lower. But I think the kind of figures we've historically had under these circumstances, they don't don't really protect the future of the university.
Yeah. The merging of the 8 schools into 3 faculties, it was estimated would save £1.4 million. Has that been realised?
I think the latest proposal, and one we're acting on, is 4 faculties. We changed to 4 faculties after consultation with staff. Some of that it needs some interpretation, because some of that is actual reduction in cost in the bottom line. That's to do with the integration of support services, and some of it's really to do with opportunity cost and the creation of academic capacity. So we have roles, for example, an Associate Dean for Learning and Teaching deals with the curriculum and learning technology and so on. And we have 8 of those, and we will have 4. All these people in academic roles, they continue in the university, but there's greater capacity for them to do more teaching and more research. So it's a combination of the two. And forgive me, I don't remember quite what the balance was, but we're confident that in both of those, in terms of more efficient operation, delivery of professional services, and in liberating a degree of academic capacity, that we'll get something like that when we've completed it. That won't be probably until early next year.
Yeah. And Mr. Hamill, since you've come in, did you, in your experience in Edinburgh University, think there's an alternative model to what could have been put forward? Interestingly, some of the briefing we've had from UCU in relation to, and you've outlined actually on paper, the debt levels of Dundee University being relatively low, and so an alternative plan to talk to with government, with them being a primary lender, for example. Scottish Funding Council are the ones that are offering you information about this money government's managed to secure, but I just wondered if you, coming in at this point, would actually do something different than what's now being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs. So I'm afraid to say that, in my view, there's not an alternative model. That's a very simple answer. I could expand on that if you wish, but having been here 3 months now and obviously work with Professor Seaton and colleagues, I would love to be able to go to the government, to banks, to borrow money. I can't speak for the government, but banks will not lend us money to pay salaries and to pay operational costs on an ongoing basis. And I'm afraid to say that the only way to make the equation balance, that I mentioned earlier, where at the minute our revenues are being totally outstripped by our costs, is to reduce our costs.
Yeah. And just finally, Professor Seaton, do you think Scottish Funding Council, the advice they're offering you, is enough? Is actually the model we should? There's been concerns over their proximity to government, and also going forward, an over-reliance and over-dependency on international students, which I don't think Dundee University is suggesting is going to completely change in your funding model. Most universities, it's only international students and accommodation where there is some profit being made. So I wondered your views about both these.
I'm happy to speak on to both of those. You asked about advice. We get advice from all sorts of quarters, and occasionally we get advice from the Funding Council, but they're fundamentally our funder and our regulator rather than our advisors. They're not primarily an advisor. You asked about proximity. There's inherently the higher education funding. I'll try not to go on too a great length, but it's important to say this. Higher education funding and regulation is fundamentally a political act. The role of the Funding Council is to implement the Scottish Government's political priorities as they relate to higher education. Usually they can do that with occasional interactions through letters of guidance and so on. Yeah. In this situation, it's much more intimate, and there's a necessary involvement in the Scottish Government and the Scottish Funding Council with the university. It's a much more intimate experience. I think there's inevitably greater proximity between all three of those actors, the Funding Council, Scottish Government and us. And if you want to ask me what things we haven't done, we've done right in that interaction, I can give you a short list. There'll be a longer list later when we've thought more about it. And I'm sure the other two organisations involved would have similar thoughts. We're feeling our way together, separately and together, to deal with this unexpected and unfamiliar crisis. So I think that the level of contact, frequency and depth, intimacy, I would say, is much greater than you'd normally expect because of the nature of the crisis. I'd be happy to say more, but that's my thumbnail sketch for the first of those. On international students, there's a long running set of analyses from when it existed, the Higher Education Funding Council for England and the Office for Students about English universities. It applies equally well to Scottish universities. And what it shows is that there's massive optimism bias historically, because people imagine there'll be lots more income from international students, primarily from international students. It's a very natural thing to think because it's in contrast to difficult decisions taken now. One has income in the future. It's a considerable bias, and if you look across the higher education sector in Scotland in general, then you could say that the problems that we're facing now is because the funding, the income for international students has dropped, but you could also say that there were some rose-tinted spectacles making the forecasts. We can't afford to do that now. We're being very careful. I don't mean overly cautious. We're being very professional, very careful in where we make financial forecasts. So there isn't a pot of gold from international students. Some of the comments have been made about immigration law changing, and that's a factor. But there are wider factors. The Chinese market will never come back. China's got some fantastic universities. That will never come back again. Geopolitically, it's very difficult. We're seeing in front of our eyes the collapse of free trade, mostly about goods, but what happens is that it gets attacked if services come into it, university education internationally, for example. So I think we have to be very realistic about international student numbers. This relates also to the point we discussed earlier on about the sector as a whole. Those kind of glory days, I don't think are coming back. They're not coming back soon anyway.
Yeah. Through University Scotland, there's a cross-party review about to take place to finish before the election, but just wondered what you would advise ministers on going forward, given the health of the sector and what seems to be now a weekly concern coming from different institutions in different financial levels of health.
So to start with a very personal perspective, this is my second stint as University Vice-Chancellor. I'm now in my 11th year. I have never, ever complained about university funding because it might sound like I'm being a bit critical, but I'm not intending to be. I intend to be realistic. I know it's a tough business to be in government, priorities, what to raise in tax. I know it's very difficult. I never complain. What's important, though, is to be clear about what's possible. And what's not possible now is with limited income for international students and declining, or has been declining for, I think, 12 years, income from the Scottish Government for teaching. What is not sustainable is the level of transfer to support research that could previously been afforded from teaching income. And I think it's quite close to the end of the road there. I don't have a particular recommendation. You can, depending on what you're trying to achieve, we could involve more public money. We could have a system which I know is not favoured by the current Scottish Government for bringing in more private money. But if the funding continues to decline in real terms, then it will become more and more difficult for Scottish universities to fulfil their mission.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you. And I was reading the paper, The Courier, the other day to see some of the really good news around Life Sciences and Innovation Hub. So hopefully there is a good opportunity there in the future for the university and a thriving life sciences sector.
Could I say absolutely that? And I did sort of come here to bang the drum for the University of Dundee, but I won't spend too much time doing it. But the quality of the student experience as well has been recognised in league tables. It's an odd and unsatisfactory thing, but it's an interesting thing. It's a university that's a wonderful university. There's great research and great things for its students that's been very badly run. And we know how to fix that bit. We're fixing it. But it's actually a tremendous university. I'm very proud to be involved with it for this relatively short period.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner.
To stick with the wider university funding issue, I know Willie Rennie wants to come back in on that point.
I was quite happy to come after the others if you wish. Let them. They've been waiting a long time. Yeah.
First of all, you obviously mentioned about the banking side of things. I understand I come from a banking background myself. one of the key things the banks would be looking at as well is obviously the culture of an organisation, the stability of an organisation, the governance of an organisation. I don't know if you can say more around about that, because if they are going to lend to you, they're going to look at in terms of the governance issues have been in the past and how stable the organisation is now. So I don't know what discussions you've had with the bank as part of the, the ongoing culture, I suppose, within the...
Yes, thank you. So I'm engaged with all of our banking partners on a monthly basis. And you're quite right, all of these questions have come up because they've also read the Gillis report and they follow very closely the media reporting and reporting from this committee and so forth. I'm very pleased to say that earlier in October, we hosted one of our major banking partners on campus. We toured them around to see facilities in the School of Dentistry. They inspected and took part in a live lab demonstration in life sciences. They met with myself and other senior colleagues and indeed student ambassadors. So through all of that engagement and that work, we're giving them a sense of what's actually happening on the ground at Dundee University. I can't speak for the bank themselves, but I think they went away with a much better understanding and appreciation. We have another banking visit in November, and I'll continue those lines of communications each month with all of our banking partners, because we do feel eventually that those partners who stick with us through this particular crisis will want to work with us in the future and will want to lend to us in the future.
Okay. Just building on that, Professor Seaton, I suppose one of the key issues that's come all the way through this is about the governance and the culture, and they go together, and I suppose it's a disconnect, I think, in terms of how does that look. And we've heard from various MSPs today and evidence we've taken in the past around about disconnect between court and Senate, unions and students. So we're talking about the specifics, but in terms of changing that culture, can you say a little bit more around about how you can see these parts of the university working much closer together, and where would you like to see it in, for example, 12 months or 2 years, in terms of where it needs to get to?
I'm happy to do so. Perhaps I'll begin with culture and then talk about the more concrete things. You know, I've worked at 5 universities in the UK and 2 abroad, and so I've got a lot of experience of university culture. There's generally a bit of a tendency, as with all large organisations, to bureaucracy, lots of committees, lots of discussions. We have that. We have it probably more than other universities. I think there's been a distrust with for individual decision-making, individual action, individual authority in the university, which again you get in all large organisations, but I think is a bit more at the University of Dundee. I'm very conscious of that. I said that to a staff meeting. There would have been 700 or 800 online, probably 2 or 3 in the room, and I can't say that every head nodded when I talked about bureaucracy, but almost every head nodded. And we have to work with that. There's too many discussions, too many meetings, and not enough things being done. And we are going to address that. You asked specific points about governance. So the 2 sides of the normal corporate governance, which is a bit different in universities, but it's still within, I would say, the normal framework of corporate governance. And we know that didn't work as it should. It's one of the major areas of failure that's identified by the Gillis report, and we're working on that. We're doing a lot. Induction, I won't go through the whole list, but induction of new members, financial literacy training. I've mentioned already the recruitment of new members. We've been more transparent. I'm taking away the point about the use of the Freedom of Information Act, and that's something we ought to consider under the framework of transparency. On the Senate, I'm chairing a working group which has the objective of putting the senators more in control of what goes on, of helping them giving them the space to promote their own subjects, produce their own papers. It's something I believe in, and we've got some further work to do, but we'll do on that. So all in the spirit of openness and reform. I suppose I would say, as a kind of cautionary note, that as we know, the leadership was ineffective and the governance was ineffective. We all know that. Governance is complex, and we're making progress. I'm satisfied we're making good progress. But I couldn't, and I think I could say, and I think Mr. Hamill referred to that indirectly, the governance is competent and it's adequate. But to be the kind of sector-leading governance I think we need, having gone through the experience we've gone through, we're not there yet. It's a work in progress.
Just on that, because obviously we're talking about the financial support, but I think what's really important is that cultural support behind the organisation. So you're saying it's ongoing. Have you set yourself, or has the organisation set itself and saying we need to be in the position where I want to be in 6 months' time or 12 months' time or whatever? I
think culture is a difficult thing to change.
It's always ongoing. But
even more difficult thing to measure. But I think there are several indicators of it. One is about openness. One is about not being fearful of speaking. And it'll be for other people to judge. It's easy for me to say, as the principal, that I think that culture's changed. Other people will judge, but I think we are much more open and we welcome challenge. We get a lot of challenge at meetings with staff. We get challenge from the trade unions, obviously, and I think there has been. Well, indeed, this was mentioned in the Gillis report. There's been something of I didn't experience it myself really because I came in later. There's been something of a good news culture. What's the good news? I've got some bad things there. Well, better not say that, perhaps. That's clear from the Gillis report, and my colleagues would have experienced it. So I think that's improving quite quickly, but as I say, other people will judge it. I'm not perhaps best placed to judge.
Okay. Convener, if I may, just one final question, because I'm conscious of the time as well. More on the workforce planning, and I think this is a really important part, again, which colleagues have touched on, is around about the strategic fit between, obviously, the posts and the roles, the staff numbers, and I suppose the courses and the student numbers themselves, and you talked about overseas students. And again, it's involvement, and we heard obviously from the Student Association about their involvement in that as well. So in terms of embedding that culture and how we look at workforce planning, can you say a little bit more around about that going forward? Because obviously there's the immediate issue, but that's always going to be a challenge for universities on a year-to-year basis, not on a 3-5 year kind of planning basis. So I don't know if you can say a little bit more about that.
I think there are two time scales. The time scale we're working with now or over the next year or so is about operating more efficiently, doing, broadly speaking, what we're doing now. I would emphasise that universities change their curriculum all the time, but the university will feel like the university is now, has the same interaction with the wider community, teach the same subject, roughly the same research. And that's got to do about changing business processes, some of the efficiency gains we discussed earlier about creating the faculties, changing business processes. In some areas, we might feel that the performance has to decrease. We have to do that in a very measured way. Perhaps the time taken to do things is a bit less. Perhaps there's some things at the margin that we're doing now, perhaps we ought not to do. Very reasonable things for university in crisis to deal with. And of course, we engage with staff generally. I've mentioned some of the engagement mechanisms, surveys, town hall meetings, and we'll consult with the unions at the appropriate time and consult generously with the unions. Actually, we go beyond what's required as a legal minimum. The other scale that you're pointing towards, I think that my successor, that we've had quite a lot of discussion with the Funding Council, particularly about strategy. What's the university strategy? The strategy now is to turn around the university with the same range of subjects. We know what obstacles we've got to overcome to do that. That's the strategy now. But the university will produce a strategic plan of the kind that, in the way that's normally understood in higher education, 5 to 10 years, will look at things like change student aspirations, the role of artificial intelligence in university life and in the wider society. If it's thought useful to think about overseas campuses in London, which people do. I'm not giving a list of what should be done. All those things will be considered, and the subjects taught will be considered, I'm sure. So then you get into more complex and more tricky workforce questions, but that's not something I will be dealing with because two reasons. Firstly, the timescale is too long to address the immediate financial challenge, and secondly, I have the lawful authority but not the moral authority to do it because it really relates to the longer-term future of the university.
Okay, thanks, Professor.
George Adam.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, everyone. Everything seems to, the Gillis report, if you use that as a starter, we've all said it at various points today, was about the lack of leadership, the way the leadership culture was in the past, and we're back at this again because even if I use Mr Hamill's example of going to commercial lenders to try and regenerate various parts of the campus and some of the departments and things like that for equipment, that's normal for a university to try and do that kind of thing. But commercial bankers on the whole tend to want a strategy and also a leadership group that is actually going to be there for the long term because they don't know. You might not be there in the next 12 to 18 months, so they want to do that as well. So even if we take on some of the things that you're looking at now, is it not a case it's a priority to start? Because we're talking about, from what I can make out, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's at least 4 senior posts that are interim kind of positions. So is it not a case that that would be a priority for us to try and get to a stage where we are looking at people that will be doing this for the long term? Because a commercial banker is going to look at it and say, well, yes, Professor Seaton, that's well and good and it's a great plan, but you're not going to be here in 18 months.
I agree with every word of that. I'm sure that's how they'll look at it. And it's an urgent thing to get my replacement as a substantive role, who will do the role in the long term, And as I mentioned earlier, we're progressing with the appointment of people into open-ended contracts in as many of the other roles as we can. So I agree with every word of that. And it's the timescales in getting senior leadership in post, getting a principal in post specifically, are long in the university. And we're constrained by the Higher Education Governance Act in the speed with which we can elect a chair. The convener's point about is well taken that we don't necessarily need to do that, and that's true. And one can construct arguments back on both sides for that. And we're actually quite close, I think, to knowing whether we can elect a chair next time round. I'm confident we will be able to. But if we don't elect a chair this time round, we will certainly have to get going anyway, because we can't afford to wait any longer.
The chair is number one, but you've got to get number one priority to get that and work your way down the various processes from there. But the whole point is it's kind of holding back the whole idea of the university moving forward, because everybody's going to look at it. This is just and I know we're in crisis point at the moment, but we need to get the university into a better place.
I agree with that. It's by about a year from now, I hope we will. It seems like a long time away. It is a long time away. I expect us to have got the going concern verdicts from the accountants, from the auditors. I expect us to have reduced the cost base. There are some particular aspects, particularly to do with the terms and conditions of academic staff that require a very long notice period. That will mean that some of the costs will continue for another year, but we're on the right track financially. And we will have my successor in post by some time in the autumn of next year. At that point, it's not only like the sunlit uplands, as it were, but it puts us in a position that's very similar to other universities. We'll be under financial stress, but we'll have a permanent leadership team in place. We'll have a trajectory which leads to sustainability, and then we'll be beginning to invest in our campus and getting the lending. But we're still in a unfortunately, still in a transitional period between now and roughly this time next year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We've been supported as a committee by local members throughout our deliberations on Dundee University, and we have two with us today, and I'll go to them who have again been very patient while the committee members went through the questions. I'll go first to Michael Mara.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to you both for coming today. Can I start with this issue about buildings instead of people? Because it's one of the key things that people are telling me from the staff and how that makes them feel when they hear that a surplus has to be generated in order to make nicer buildings, when they lose potentially their livelihood and the city loses wages, our economy suffers as a result of it. So, do you understand how that feels, Professor Seaton?
I do understand how it feels, and if I could go a bit beyond that, this is something that the University and College Union often says, and they say it about across the higher education sector, and in a way they're right to say it, because I think a lot of money is spent on fancy buildings that perhaps look very good and sometimes have only a marginal impact on the people working and studying there, and I understand exactly why they say that. On the other hand, I think all our staff and all our students have a right to expect to work and to study in reasonable conditions. And that means both the physical infrastructure, the quality of the buildings, and it means the digital infrastructure, the quality of learning technology. And at the moment, we can't invest a penny in learning technology or a penny in the buildings, except for some limited health and safety work. So the only answer I can give, it may not be a very satisfactory answer, is that it's a question of balance, and that's the trying balance we're trying to strike. Also to emphasise that the investment in the campus has a value in the very long term, over decades. And I think if you look back at the history of the university, you can actually see the prioritisation of current expenditure over investment in the campus, which would have seemed a very reasonable thing to do, but in the end there has to be a balance. So we're happy to discuss quite where the balance point should lie, but it cannot be right that we allow the quality of the campus to deteriorate, simply allow that in order to sustain employment. There has to be a balance. I realise the balance is quite hard to find, and the balance will not be necessarily agreed by anybody, but it is a question of finding a balance.
So the case that you're making there is that this investment, the capital investment, is mission critical for the university. It's about safety. Is that what you're saying? Because it feels quite a lot to people that this is about nicer buildings, a coat of paint, things looking better to attract people in. I mean, are we talking, can you give a commitment that this is not, we're not generating a surplus here to build up white elephants or to create vanity projects, that this is actually about meeting the needs of the institution and the students and the staff?
I can absolutely give a guarantee of that. I'm personally not interested in vanity projects, and I don't think anybody who is interested in it, the time for vanity project at the University of Dundee will occur for some decades, actually. So, but I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in giving good studying conditions for our students, good working conditions for our staff. It's not about a lick of paint, it is about suitability for purpose.
Okay.
And yes, health and safety. Health and safety we're managing now is about going beyond that to give, I would use the word decent studying conditions, not world leading. We don't have enough money for world leading, but decent studying conditions so that our excellent students and our great staff can study and work together.
Okay, I welcome that assurance. On the issue of borrowing, because we talked about the capital availability, this has been, in my discussions with ministers and their advisors, this has been a significant concern of theirs. They want to see quick access to borrowing. Can you give a time frame, Mr Hamill? It's heartening to hear you're having those conversations. I'm sure ministers will be heartened, right, given the focus they've got on this. But what kind of time scale, given all going concern test, financial, the EBITDA requirements, are you thinking that commercial lending might be available to meet the capital requirements so we can stop having to cut jobs in order to pay for them?
Thank you. I would say, based on discussions to date with banks and information available to me, we're looking at a minimum of 18 months. Now, that's predicated on a couple of things. So firstly, being able to access the additional funding that we've spoken about today already. Secondly, being able to reduce the cost base to the levels where we can be financially sustainable on an ongoing basis, and us being able to deliver on the tuition fee targets, i.e. student intake targets, in 2 successive years. So the year that's just happened, the September intake, I think the January intake, and then next September's intake. If we can demonstrate all of that, we'll be on the pathway to accessing commercial lending, which obviously will be subject to the credit committees of individual banks.
Okay, thank you. Do ministers and their advisors understand that?
I've told the Funding Council and I've told government officials that same information.
Okay, but not ministers, because I think everybody here was quite surprised by your answer about when the last conversations you had, Professor Seaton, with government ministers was. It's the Jenny Gilruth in August, and you have never spoken to the current minister. I mean, I would have assumed, given the rhetoric we've heard from the government, that Mr Macpherson, on day one, would have said, the 5 top things in my list, in that list, is I want a conversation with Nigel Seaton. Because the collapse, as you describe it, of one of the biggest crises in a university since the Second World War in Britain. So let me give you a quote. On the 3rd of April, John Swinney said to me in the Chamber of Parliament, I assure Mr Mara that there is no absence of leadership. This is commanding a huge amount of the government's time and focus. But you've not had a conversation with the minister who's been in post for 2 months. That's extraordinary, isn't it? Have you tried to have a conversation with him?
I have not, and I perhaps should, by way of explanation, I've been very cautious in. I had spoken to his predecessor. We've been working closely with the Funding Council. Our main relationship is with the Funding Council. They're funder and regulator. They work with the Scottish Government, of course, under the circumstances, and even under other circumstances, it's always good to have contact with ministers. But we've been focusing mostly on the relationship with the Funding Council.
Okay, I'll come back to the Funding Council, because I can also tell you that I have been asking for a meeting with the Colleges and Higher Education Minister since he was appointed, and have yet to have a response. So I'm really concerned today that this is not commanding more of the attention of the Minister, and I'll leave that at that point. Can I come then to the Scottish Funding Council, because there's a real. I had conversations with staff yesterday. I have conversations with staff all the time from the university who get in touch about different issues. I had conversations with 2 members of staff yesterday who are still completely unclear as to the status of the plan. And actually, I think the committee, a little bit more clarity today, perhaps. Will there be a plan? Will we see a published plan, or will we not?
What we expect is that the Funding Council will present us, we hope soon, I think they hope soon, with conditions of grant, which, as the name suggests, there'll be conditions which are associated with additional public funding. I expect them to deal with things such as the proper use of public funds, to do with oversight by the Funding Council, probably, and I think very reasonably, a degree of intrusive oversight, the role of University Court and so on. And I don't think it will have any constraints on the work of the university as an autonomous institution beyond that.
Okay, because you said in the opening phase of this meeting that the letter that was presented, there were two elements that the Funding Council identified problems with. There were progress on do not progress reorganisation and do not progress redundancies. And then you went on to say, so that those two elements therefore had been rejected, but you have not been impeded with taking action on them. And so when I have a conversation, so in the last week alone, it's my understanding this reorganisation went out in an email to staff, and people are saying this is progressing. But what they heard from the government at the time was that this wasn't allowed. I think it's that lack of clarity, set aside the real human consequences of, for one moment, of actually the redundancies, but people don't really know still what's happening. Would you accept that?
I think that I know you're looking for a yes or no answer. I think it's the three actors, the Funding Council, the Scottish Government and us, we've been feeling our way together to a difficult set of decisions. And I think there'll be clarity once the conditions of grant, which will ultimately be published, are available. I think it will be clear then what the constraints are on the university.
So the conditions of grant for your overall grant for the university, for the annual grant that it receives?
That's separate. Of course, there are conditions of grant for that, which are quite detailed. But
yes.
this is a separate. There'll be separate conditions of grant for this additional funding.
Okay, and is that the £12 million initially? Can you give us the quantum that it will be around?
That's the £40 million of additional funding we're going to be receiving over the next 2 years. And I'll defer to Mr Hamill because there's a separate discussion of a loan of 12 million, which I imagine will not, because it's a loan, it will not be covered in the same way. Will that be a separate?
Yes, that's correct. So the two tranches of 20 million, 40 million in total over our next 2 financial years. The loan Professor Seaton has mentioned is a loan from the Funding Council through the Financial Transactions Mechanism, and that will be subject to a separate loan agreement. Okay, and when are we likely to see an outcome on that? Because I believe there was some concern from court members about whether they might be liable around that loan, and what the latest we heard was that was to be turned in effect into a grant. Is that not the case? So the loan is still available to us when we can have the 23-24 financial accounts we spoke about earlier signed off by the court and the external auditors, which again we hope will happen December or perhaps early January. That would put the court in a position whereby they have a going concern assessment, and therefore they could, in good conscience and as charity trustees, accept the conditions of the loan agreement. Okay. So I'm hoping January for that loan. Okay, that's useful to know. So you'll have seen reports of turmoil in the SFC, in the Scottish Funding Council, board meetings where there has been uproar about what's happening at Dundee, but particularly how exposed the Scottish Funding Council is. I've got two questions on that. In your view, given what you're describing, is the SFC autonomous from the government? Question one. Professor Seaton.
I note your choice of the word autonomous. They're autonomous from the government in the same sense that we are. In other words, they work within a framework, we work within the framework, and we take our own decisions within that framework, as I understand it. The right people, of course, to ask the Funding Council, but I think... Well, I'm afraid we've asked, this committee has had members of the Funding Council in front of them, and lack of clarity was not forthcoming. I mean, clearly, the right word is autonomous. They're clearly not independent. We're not independent of the Scottish Funding Council, but autonomy to me means that you take your own decisions within a framework. I think the framework is a much more constraining framework when Section 25 has been implemented and money has been provided through the Funding Council directly to special funding to a university. I think the policy framework is much tighter, and the relationship, as I said earlier, between the Funding Council and the government is much more intimate, and I think it will feel much more intimate and more constraining. But there's still a question of a framework, and the Funding Council, and how would it be tested? The Funding Council will produce the conditions of grant. They'll be produced by the Funding Council. I'm sure they'll be produced by the Scottish Government.
Do you think they're competent to deal with this issue, particularly given the fire that's running through the sector?
I'm sure they're competent to deal with overseeing the recovery of the university, with awarding the funding, with the agreement of the Scottish Government, and in defining conditions of grant. We know that they themselves felt there was a capacity question because the Scottish Government contracted with Deloitte to do financial analysis in support of that. So they know, and I think everybody would understand that it's an unusual situation and that they don't in themselves have the capacity to do all the analysis. But I'm confident they can do their job in overseeing the recovery of the university as a funding council.
Because you mentioned earlier that they had the proposal that was put forward by yourself, that there didn't appear to be any analysis of that. There was just a letter that came back in response to it. Do you think that they scrutinised that, or was that a political response?
I can't tell whether they... I didn't see it as a political response. I think as we will all learn our lessons, I think from this experience, one of the lessons we will learn, I think, is that we should have asked more questions about the recovery plan, how it would be used. I think it perhaps wasn't used by the Funding Council in quite the way they thought it would be used when it was being submitted. We got no specific guidance on how to produce it, or what it should contain, and I think it did help to focus the discussion. But as I said, it was a discussion only on two elements, which is the reorganisation and the plans for the workforce. Yeah, I'm not sure what else I could use to say about that.
Can I ask then a progress on governance? Governance has been touched on by various members. One of the first recommendations of the Gillies report was about the presentation of financial reports to court. Obviously, the convener has touched on some of that already in terms of the lack of transparency that we have, and you're going to reflect on that. Do you feel sufficient financial information is now being presented to court? I'll take Mr Hamill on that.
I can take that. So yes, is the short answer. So it's hard to imagine what more information could be actually provided to court, because we're producing management accounts, we're producing cash flow information. I have recently provided a detailed written account of financial matters for a court to consider, and I'll do the same for the upcoming court meeting early in November. So in my view, yes. But clearly, financial reporting is a job that's never done. We must always strive to do more. We must always strive to take the feedback from court and indeed from committees and from the community. If there are questions, if there are challenges, if there is critique, very open to hearing all of that and to improve the overall reporting of finances. It's something I very much welcome and will continue to work on.
Okay, thank you for that. Just closing, convener, in those conversations I have with staff, they're telling me that day to day there are many things that are not working in the institution. I think people would understand that when you take out the number of staff that the university has, both through the voluntary severance scheme and through people resigning from key posts, grants not being signed off, not being able to get approval for posts or expenditure in different areas. You've talked a little bit about that already, Professor Seaton. Is there a way, given that level of change, how can people be heard? How can people, when they can't get those critical decisions pushed through in an institution, which they're telling me is that for some of them it's about the wages they get in their bank account, and actually, grants that are not being signed off that are sitting on executive level desks. Is there a way when that comes to me, I can raise it directly? Is there a means internally where, given that turmoil, that you can create to try and have a problem-solving, star chamber approach to making sure that you get these things sorted to make the organisation work?
In an ideal world, in an organisation particularly, it wasn't under great stress. The answer would be to report it through the line management system. But clearly, the higher the stress is, the less successful that is. I would be very happy to receive, I've said this internally at town hall meetings, I'm very, very happy to hear from anybody, and I occasionally do hear from people who feel that they're not being treated well or they have impossible jobs to do. And I would urge them to, they can find my email address, they can call my office and to get in touch.
And now Maggie Chapman.
Thank you very much, Convener. And before I start, can I just put on record my register of interests as Rector of Dundee University and therefore a member of court. So I'll keep my questions in a territory that doesn't overlap with that interest. Good afternoon, both. Thank you for your contribution so far. I think we've heard a range of topics. I want to pick up on a couple of different areas. First, on finance. And Lee, I don't know if this is best directed to you in the first instance, but you've talked about the areas where you can cut costs, capital, investment, operating costs and staff. We've not really talked that much about income generation. What conversations have you had within the university community about income generation that isn't about international student numbers or bank loans or money from the Scottish Government?
Thank you for the question. So we've recently conducted a listening exercise with staff members where two specific questions within the question set were to do, one with saving money and two with exactly that point about where could we bring in extra income. There's been over 100 responses to the additional income question, and we have a group that's been working through those suggestions. As you can imagine, there's a broad range. Some will be very fine ideas. Some will be ideas that unfortunately will not be workable. So that's a process that's ongoing at the minute. I think also the senior team's very open to any ideas that we've not thought of. It's really important that we hear those ideas and we have those conversations. So that's one of the ways in which we're listening to staff in that regard.
That's helpful to know that material is being collated and looked at, stress test and everything. I suppose, how do you see that fitting into conversations with the SFC and others about the longer-term recovery plan?
Yes, well, of course, if we do come up with additional ways to increase our income, we'll share that with the Funding Council, with government representatives, and as Professor Seaton has mentioned, those are discussions that are happening sometimes 3 times per week with those stakeholders. So we have almost constant dialogue with those important partners, and we'll factor all of that in as we go. Clearly our financial plans are forecast at the minute, and if those forecasts change, if the balance of income changes, the balance of cost changes, we can course correct.
Okay. Thank you. Still in finance, but a slightly different point. We've talked about loans, we've talked about grants, we've talked about different conditions, and again, Lee, might be best for you, but Nigel, feel free to come in as well. What is the breakdown, the different chunks of money that exist in loan offer and the chunks of money that exist in grant offer from the government through the SFC? Yes, I can answer that. Yeah. So if we look at the money that's been paid to us to date, so we received £10 million earlier in the year as a grant. As we said earlier, we hope to soon receive a letter with conditions of grant for a further £40 million grant funding in 2 tranches of 20. And then on top of that is a loan offer from the Scottish Funding Council through the financial transactions mechanism that we spoke about earlier of £12 million. And the conditions of that loan will detail the repayment plan?
Indeed. As I understand it, they are standard conditions. Okay. There'll be a repayment period and then obviously detailing the interest payable, which is a very, very low interest rate.
So £50,000 grant, £12,000 loan.
50 million. 12 million grant. Correct.
Left 3 zeros off there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. On student numbers, are you able to give updated student numbers? Because everybody's gone through matriculation, and my understanding is that some are better than expected, or not as bad as projected.
We have some figures, and if you permit us to do a double act, Mr. Hamill will look up the actual figures, and I'll give you a narrative while he's doing so. We had actually a completely remarkable outcome of student recruitment of the 3 main areas, which is students resident in Scotland, students in other parts of the UK, and international students. We had actually more students admitted from Scotland than previous years, which is, I mean, we all read the papers, we know what's been said about the university and accurately about the failure of leadership and governance, but we're still a great university, people want to come. So that's actually gone up by about 4% even though we've been a university in very serious difficulty. And that's I would have thought that to be almost unimaginable, say 3 or 6 months ago. That's been great. The number of students in other parts of the UK has been broadly similar, and the number of international and taking international students as well, many of whom come as postgraduates, that's also been broadly similar. We might imagine it would have been better for it to be bigger, and I'm confident that it will grow as we put these difficulties behind us, but I think it's been actually a really good outcome in terms of student recruitment.
So probably better than projected, and
better than projected.
Down to the hard work of the recruitment team, or of the academic and other staff who are facing job cuts.
Yes, it's been down to their hard work, and I would say also due to perceptions of the underlying quality of the institution.
I think maybe the numbers would be useful, but maybe you could say them.
We can pass a detailed summary to the committee if that was acceptable. Yeah.
My next numbers question, just on job losses. Nigel, you talked earlier about the 275 being the total difference in staff numbers. The numbers that I've been able to get from looking across the last 15 months or so, in August 2024, there were 4,367 staff. After the voluntary severance scheme this year, there were 3,698. That's a change of 669. Now, I appreciate some of those will be part-time, so that won't be FTEs. But I think it would be helpful if we could get clarity, not necessarily now, but in the coming days, to the committee to have exactly that detail, and what role the over 200 unfilled vacancies play in that 699 figure, or in how you describe or define the 275 figure.
We're happy to go back and check, and clearly that there's at least an apparent inconsistency there, so we'll go back and check both of those.
Thank you. In terms of the university community and engagement and some of the culture, the need to improve culture that you've talked about, Nigel, you said you've had good staff engagement at town hall meetings, roughly a third of staff attending. You're willing to provide information when requested, and you want to be transparent. In your view, why do you think Dundee UCU are going on strike for a week in 2 weeks' time?
Well, they've told us, it's not a matter of conjecture, they've told us it's because they've got a mandate for strike action because the university has not ruled out compulsory redundancies. So
it's specifically about that. So how is your engagement with the trade unions working then, if that's their very, very clear position, and yet you're saying you want to improve culture, you want to be transparent? There's clearly a breakdown in communication there.
I'm not sure I'd agree there's a breakdown in communication. I think in a situation, I'm not a member of a trade union. I'm leading a university, which is an industrial dispute. I've been a trade union member in the past. I think it's very reasonable and very understandable for trade unions to be opposed to redundancies, and very natural from taking industrial action to try to prevent them. When I was 10 years as principal at Abertay University, particularly in the early years, we often had industrial action at a national level that affected the university, and I maintain good relationships as principal with the trade unions. I'm not sure the relationship is as close as it ought to be at the University of Dundee. In fact, I don't think it is. But I don't think that having industrial action is the mark of that. It is unfortunately it'll have some sort of impact on the running of the university and on the students. But it's a very normal and very reasonable thing for the union to do. So I don't regard that as abnormal. I think we have work to do on our relationship with the unions, and clearly that there's been lack of trust in the past, and that can't be. I don't think, to make a general comment about trust, I don't think changing the leadership team, the members of the leadership team, simply does it. There's a kind of corporate lack of trust in the unions and in the wider university community in head office, and the people changing matters, but that's not the whole complete answer. But I don't think strike action is a mark of a failure of the relationship. I think it's unfortunately one of those things that happens.
Okay, I might pick up on a couple of those points in a little while, but I suppose just following on from the sense of community, how do you respond to what we've heard from DUSA, saying that students are coming to them concerned about the impact that this is having, that the students see on the people who are teaching them, the people who are supporting them, the people who are making sure that the labs work, all of that. What do you say directly, well, indirectly through us, to DUSA?
Well, I would. There's been a concrete example of that in the. There was a group of students who studying architecture who were unhappy about the staffing levels, and they wrote to me and to one of the vice principals, and the vice principal had a meeting with them. And I would encourage anybody who feels like that to write to me, and either I or one of the other senior leaders will have a conversation with them. So we're very eager to, I mean, not necessarily comfortable listening for us, but very eager to hear from people.
Okay, thank you for that offer. You may regret making it public. We'll see, but I don't think. I mean, it's important to hear these things. Okay.
I don't guarantee a meeting the same day or something, but it's important to hear these things. Okay. I do want to hear them.
Going back to engaging with building and sustaining relationships with your staff, what is your understanding of fair work?
Do you mean in a legal sense or in a moral sense? Sorry, you should be asking questions of me, but it would help me to understand.
As a university principal who is has responsibility for the well-being of over 300, over 3,000 members of staff. Thank you.
I accept that. That's helpful as a clarity, because I know there's a formal definition of it as well, but I take the point at which you're asking it. I think I have a very clear responsibility to treat my colleagues with respect, to do what I can to support them. I think I have a moral responsibility to behave humanely, if the university behave humanely in difficult circumstances. But I think to be clear, I don't think that can possibly stretch to not having a reduction in the staffing, when the reduction in the staffing will save the university, because of all the possible unfairnesses. And there are many unfairnesses around, and I know you weren't asking about this thing important to say. We have, for example, paused academic promotions. That's a fundamentally unfair thing to do, because people don't get the grade they should have. But it's in the interest of preventing a contribution, preventing an even greater unfairness, which is the university going to administration, when potentially everybody could lose their job. So I think that's the framework in which I'm working. I'm committed to treating people with dignity, to treating them fairly, and to do what I can to support them. And for me, it's that absolute moral requirement. But I can't reconcile that with what I know some people would like us to be able to do to guarantee that the level of employment in the university will remain what it is now. I don't think that's consistent with the sustainability of the university.
Okay, and if we turn to maybe as you put it, maybe the slightly more legal definition, what's your understanding of how the university's Fair Work Statement has been created?
I would have to admit that I haven't read the university's Fair Work Statement.
Okay. And I suppose my follow-on question, which I appreciate you might not know, was what role the unions had in those discussions. And the reason I ask that is because when, at a meeting where there were union representatives present discussing the Fair Work Statement, unions pushed back and challenged it because it didn't refer to the Gillies report and the clear recommendations therein. It didn't mention the need to improve relationships with the trade unions, and yet those have been ignored. They haven't been incorporated into the statement or into the recommendations that flow from that.
May I please take that away and investigate and report back to the committee, because I don't feel like I have knowledge needed to answer that at the moment.
Okay, and my final question, if that's okay, Convener, is around just some of that, coming back to that point of culture. You've talked yourself, you've talked about the personal and professional trauma that staff have gone through. UCU have told us that about 70% of staff that completed a survey are seeking support for poor mental health. We've heard that critical views are being silenced through acts of intimidation, including being identified publicly, that decisions continue to be made behind closed doors, and that proper procedures aren't always followed. And there is more, but those are just some of the examples. I think staff feel gaslit sometimes, quite frankly. And we've heard fine words in response to Pam Duncan-Glancy's questions and others today. That's not your intention. And I suppose, how are you going to turn that around? Because it seems that we need to move beyond fine words around what we want in the university community, that dignity, that humanity, that trust. But the question is how?
I agree with you. I'm unsighted in some of the particular points, but overall I agree with you about what the need is for change. It has been a traumatised community, and things do have to be done differently. It is, as you say, the point in the I think we talk about the same thing. It's through the listening exercise. People mentioned mental health, and we've got a mechanism for the service to support staff mental health. But I realise the underlying point is not how you can get help, but it's why why you're in that position in the first place. I think it'll be a slow process. I hope by words carry only so much significance, but it's by actions that we will give a greater sense of stability over time. You made a particular point about identification of people, and I'm afraid I didn't quite understand fully the context of that, but people who feel that people being named so they could be intimidated, was that the point?
So people who've raised issues...
being picked on.
Or being identified so they could potentially be picked on. They now feel more vulnerable than they did before.
So I think if I realise I'm perhaps adding to the length of my email inbox here, but I would want to know that. We have a grievance process where people can complain if they've been badly treated. These processes, people sometimes think perhaps I shouldn't use it because for some reason, but actually these processes exist to be used. And if anybody feels they've been badly treated, I would encourage them to do the formal thing. Well, they should do what they wish to do, but to emphasise these processes exist to be used. They're not bureaucratic processes intended to suppress use. They're intended to be used. So I would hope they would feel able to use that if they wanted to, and they can get in touch with me. On the point about closed doors, that's a bit less clear to me because it's necessary that the university leadership team is charged under the oversight of the court to run the university, and we will sometimes take decisions that people don't know about until they hear later. So I'm not quite so clear about that. But the point about people should say what they think. They should say what they think without fear of retribution. And if there is any fear of retribution, I would wish to know about it.
Okay. Thank you. I could go on, but I won't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just got a couple of quick questions to try and wrap some things up from the evidence earlier. Mr Hamill, you said in response recently to some of the final questions that the senior team are open to ideas that they've not thought of. So perhaps, Professor Seaton, I can ask you, what's the most radical, out-of-the-box thinking idea you've come up with to make the savings at Dundee?
I feel that's the most difficult question to the end. I think I've been so focused on the art of the possible that I don't think my mind has turned towards radical solutions, but rather the practical and perhaps difficult solutions rather than radical ones.
Will it now move?
So it's a confession, I know, but I don't think I've had that kind of radical thought.
Will it now move there?
I think it's an interesting challenge. I will go away and take the challenge to think a bit more radically.
I've been discussing this week with others who I've had meetings with about there's a Greenwich and Kent universities that have kind of come together.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's one where you keep your identity, but you share services. Is that the type of thing?
I think that's such an interesting initiative, and I've spoken to one of the Vice-Chancellors involved. I've gotten a call arranged with the other one. I've spoken to Universities UK about it. And I think all these things should, well, there are various different models, but that's a really interesting model because, as you say, it's aimed at efficiency and maintaining identity and maintaining your own student body. Is an interesting example. I don't want to sound too negative, but the University of Greenwich is in a robust financial situation. University of Kent clearly isn't, and that's been a matter of record, actually. I think it's not a substitute for good university funding. I think if there's sufficient university funding, these can be done, but they're not cost neutral. They cost a lot of money to do. They save money later. I think these sort of things should be on the table, but yeah, I know whether you were hinting at this or not, but it's not a solution to a crisis like what we're facing now. It's not. We need to sort ourselves out, and then having done that, then I think the other possibilities open up.
Okay. This is just in the order I wrote them down. I know you have taken legal advice that you can't comment about Chris Riley. Can you say and continue to say that he left the university by mutual agreement?
The position of the university is that he left by mutual agreement.
And that's your position as well?
That's my, yes,
yeah.
and it's my personal position.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr Hamill, Willie Rennie asked Professor Seaton if he would need to come back and ask the government for any more money, and he was very clear, one-word answer, no. Do you agree with Professor Seaton?
It's not our intention to.
Okay. You have said you're projecting a deficit of 30 million this year, 14 million next year, but you're getting 40 million from the Scottish Government, 2 tranches of 20 million. I know there's a loan, but I don't think that's for these running costs.
That's right. That's right.
So the 30 and 14 million already comes to 44, and you're getting 40. How do you square that circle?
So I should have said the 30 million is for the 24-25 year, the most recent set of as yet unaudited accounts. That's not including the additional grant money. So that's the underlying position of the university. If we were to include the additional grant money, which is obviously non-recurring and not generated from our base activities, the numbers would change.
But you're confident the 40 million that you've asked for covers it, even though you're projecting significant deficits going forward that exceed that?
Yeah, so the 40 million is coming over the current academic financial year and the next one. Mm-hmm. And that will allow us to continue to operate.
Yeah, but I'm still unsure that one figure that you're going to be spending is bigger than the figure you're getting.
Could you give me...
Well, you're going to have a deficit
yeah.
of 44 million and you're getting 40 million.
No.
And you're both saying that you don't need any more than 40 million.
So we're also planning to make significant cost reductions.
To what figure? So
in the current financial year, we will have achieved... for next financial year, mm-hmm. because of the most recent voluntary severance scheme that we spoke about earlier, on a full 12-month basis, that delivers just shy of £15 million of savings. So when we go into
surely these cost savings are in your calculations for knowing that your year-end deficit is going to be 30 million and then 14 million.
Yeah, so 30 million is the year just closed, so 24-25. For the year ending 31st of July 2026, we're looking at about £15 million mm-hmm. deficit. And
that's with cost savings in that?
That's with cost savings in there. And then for the next year, 26-27 year, if we had no further cost savings, because we've not actioned any of that yet, and if we had no further grant funding from the government, that deficit would increase because of inflation on a cost base.
Mm-hmm. I'm still a wee bit unclear on that, but I realise we're pressed for time. The last thing I want to focus on is just your relationship. Michael Mara touched on it with the Funding Council. How helpful have they been?
What we need from the Funding Council with the Scottish Government is to get the funding we need to survive, because we went beyond the point at which we could survive on our own account some point in the middle of 2024, maybe early 2024. We need their support to survive, and the Funding Council will be very clear that it's their job to help us get that, working with the Scottish Government. Mm-hmm. We're very close to, I think, getting the conditions of grant and getting a commitment for that funding actually delivered. So that's what we wish for them, and that's what they're doing for us.
There was a quote in the Courier newspaper when the plan was rejected and the university were looking at what they need to do, that the Funding Council had suggested, in terms of what needs to be included going forward, the Funding Council would know what's needed when they see it. Is that a fair representation?
I vaguely remember reading that in the Courier. I've forgotten about the particular context that was meant, but I think it related to the content of the plan.
I mean, have you heard a comment like that from the Funding Council? Did they give such a vague response to serious points?
Well, we had a conversation. We had a couple of conversations with them that would have been in early July about, with the requirement of the plan, the clear guidance that it was to return the university to financial sustainability and it should allow us to borrow commercially. And then we asked what should the plan look like, what should it contain, how should it be organised, and they gave us complete freedom about how we should do it. I don't remember the. I think I remember it being said, but I can't remember the context. I'm sorry.
If you remember it being said, do you know who said it?
I think Richard McConaughey probably said it, and perhaps in connection with the drafting of the plan, but I don't remember the exact context.
I think that's something we might raise with them, because it's a very vague response. I mean, I think if a government minister came to this committee and says, well, we don't like what you're doing, but we'll know what we do like when we see it, it's not very helpful, is it?
I thought the other question was the hardest question, but it's getting harder again. No, it's not. But again, I think when we all look back at this in a few months' time or in a year's time, and we'll see things that we could have done slightly differently. We have a list of things we should have done differently. I'm sure the Funding Council will have, and so I'm sure the Scottish Government will have. It's been a very delicate and important and actually quite difficult process, because it's very unfamiliar to all of us. So I think saying things that were perhaps more vague than an ideal world they would have been, that they could have been, I think we've all done that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll end it there, because, as Maggie Chapman said and others, there's a lot we could go through, but you've been very generous with your time. We're grateful for the work you're doing at the university in trying circumstances, but in particular I'd like to reiterate, I think, what others have said, and yourself, Professor Seaton. Our thoughts are with the staff and the students who continue to go through difficult times because of the uncertainty around the university, but we all in this committee are keen to see a very bright future for Dundee University, and we'll do anything we can to assist with that. Thank you very much. And I now formally close this meeting.
Before you